fighting for that spot. But Keen has kind of kicked down the door and said, hold on a second, this year it's all about me. So if Zeus is able to take him down here, this could dictate the entire way that this series goes.
I think HLE can be considered an underdog, right, in this matchup because of the history we've seen between them also lately. But for Gen G, it's become kind of a running meme, and it's not even a meme in the LCK. Well, just give him the cup, right? And we keep talking about Gen G, and particularly about the Church of Chovy, like it's the rapture, like it's gonna happen. But then it doesn't happen every year that we're left here. And I think specifically the memories of that quarterfinal just last year are top of mind for a lot of people, because we think, what is going on here? Why can this guy not win Worlds? Because he's clearly good enough.
I mean, he's considered the best mid laner in the world at the moment. He should be up there, but unfortunately, he just hasn't quite been able to make it happen. 2 semifinals, 4 quarterfinals. He has, every single time he's made it to Worlds, he's made it to playoffs, but never actually hit that last final note for himself. And I think for Gen G, it has been a struggle to find that success that, even though they have it in the start of the year, stretches the entire way through Worlds. And if they can now find that moment, it could be their time where Chovy finally gets to put that trophy on his mantelpiece and really solidify himself as the best mid laner in the world.
Yeah, especially since, like, alongside Faker, this is someone who you have to somehow contend with in the LCK, right? Like, he has just been indomitable in the LCK mid lane, really changed the fabric of up-and-coming mid laners. Like, can you even go toe-to-toe with Chovy? So this is yet another year where we're like, is this finally Chovy?
It feels like it.
Yeah, but he's also had to change himself, right? The fact that he used to be, I'm all about the mid lane, I'm going to Chovy it up, I'm going to farm all this CS, but instead now he's had to grow up. I'm going to impact the side lanes. I'm going to be able to find plays on picks like the Talia. And I think that's the best story about this player, is that he's not the same person that walked onto that stage 3-4 years ago. He has now become what he wanted to be in influencing everything on the map.
He's got unbelievable laners also next to him. The jungle can be the best in the world, right? It's all about that if, because if they play like they have, they would win it. But Worlds is a different beast, and we've seen it now 2 years in a row. But let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. Remember, you can vote every single day over there. I think they might call it for Gen G. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. I thought maybe it would be heavier. What is your expectation as to what your actual kind of expectations for this match is, Emily?
I mean, I think this is pretty accurate, right? Like, Gen G is favored. It's a little bit more HLE-sided than I thought. I do think, you know, the Peanut fans showing up a little bit. I think you have to kind of be rooting for him since this is his last year before military service. But Gen G should be favored here based on what we've seen this entire split, especially since, like, that split 2 road to MSI was, I think, kind of lived in HLE's heads. That reverse sweep really did affect them a lot. So I think that it's still kind of in the back of my mind, at least. We know this team is capable of beating Gen G, but I think this is a good, like, favor towards Gen G.
That's the thing. LCK Cup was the last time they beat them. Since then, they've gone 0-6. It is not exactly the best time if you want to be a HLE fan. So I think coming into this,
but it's Worlds.
It's maybe, but that's the question mark. That's the asterisk. That's what you're hoping for if you're a HLE fan, that it can change everything. But you have to do it on the Rift. You have to leave everything here in the hopes that it might just.
Listen, in 2022, it could not be done either with The Last Dance, right? So you got to give him at least a little bit. And I think that's what's so wonderful about Worlds and about this journey of Peanut. The Last Dance can be very, very potent, but you're up against an absolute giant in Gen G. They're supposed to win it. They're the best. Of course they're going to win it. No, they have to step up and take it. It's time for the quarterfinals.
上海，魔都，风云地，英雄地，古今未来，共聚此城。在这里，百千浪帆竞潮头。在这里，力战不退，旗飘扬。 竞技之巅，如踏险峰，有荣有失。至高之境， 喘息亦需力争，纵然百尺竿头，仍要更进一步。
제가 작년에 월드 4강에 진출했는데 세상이 저한테 기대하는 요구치는 우승 아니면 전부 실패라고 판단하기 때문에 그래서 딱히 가치가 있다고 느끼지 않았습니다.
传奇使他人落笔定论。
처음 데뷔했었을 때는 솔랭에서 하던 방식 그대로 대회를 했던 그런 연습생이었는데 잘 못했던 것 같고 초반에는 패배하면서 경험을 쌓았던 것 같아요.
还是自述篇章。
제가 다시 한번 정상에 설 수 있다는 것을 세계에 증명하고 싶습니다.
이미 많은 유산을 남겼다고 생각하고요. 제 커리어, 팬분들과의 기억. 그렇지만 월즈에서 우승이라는 타이틀을 아직 남기지 못해서 그 타이틀을 남기고 가고 싶습니다.
传奇对某些人是恪守已久的誓言，对某些人是等待再燃的星火，对超世之才，则是兑现天赋。
지훈이랑 했을 때 월즈도 진출하고 리그에서 같이 우승도 이뤄내고 되게 좋은 기억들이 많은 것 같아요. 옛날에는 약점이라고 할 만한 게 있었다고 생각하는데 지금의 지훈이는 없는 것 같아요.
Joby dashes back on kill. Cream goes forward as they look for Ruler, but Ruler with a killer instinct dives behind Cream. Jackie Love diving in and Joby going the other way.
피넛 선수가 같은 팀이기도 했고 지금 은퇴를 앞두고 있다고 들었는데 그런 거 하나하나 신경 쓰면 제대로 경기할 수 없다고 생각합니다.
风云际会之时，天命的阶梯自现。五冠齐聚之日，一段传奇终章将起。
지훈아, 너에게 양보해줄 생각이 없어.
조비 선수 승리를 위해 모든 걸 희생할 준비가 되시길 바랍니다. 22년도 때의 기억을 다시 한번 떠올리게 해드리겠습니다.
제카 선수 먼저 당신을 희생시키겠습니다.
Genji, HLE, fulfill your destiny and earn your legacy.
“全球的英雄联盟粉丝们，大家好！欢迎来到上海梅赛德斯奔驰文化中心，一起见证2025全球总决赛8强赛。瑞士人阶段已经结束，从现在开始没有第二次机会。上海，让我们热烈欢呼，迎接首场8强对决，真纪对阵 HLE。”
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to World's 2025 Knockouts, where we begin
Utah ganó su segunda
with some
victoria.
familiar faces facing off against
Marcan
one
en menos
another,
que
as we have a repeat of the LCK finals. Genji taking on Homolife Esports, and it feels
wrong and right at the same time. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler and Vedius. Gentlemen, can Life Esports rewrite what has already happened?
I absolutely think that they can. I think that the potential that they've shown at this World Championship
Bueno, Charlie, tú aquí vas a apoyar.
matchup, but I think that we've seen stark improvement in that man in the mid lane in particular. I'm keeping my eyes on Zeka. We know that when the pressure is on, what he's capable of
¿Te gusta
on the
Viper?
international stage. But he is up against the man, the myth, the legend of Chovy on the other side of the rift.
And the narrative weight here, there is so much. There's obviously Worlds, the internationals, Zeka versus Chovy, Peanut versus his old team. All these players have so many bonds that time together. As they were walking by, I even saw Ruler and Peanut kind of giggling to one another, knowing that for one of them today, despite the fact that these players have shared so much in that year 2022 on Gen G, their run ends today.
Ya Carlos, pero ¿para cuándo activas el Windows, hijo de puta?
As well as you were talking about Zeka, I think it's so beautiful that we have the epitomization of both consistency.
Es que puede sacar la marca y jamás lo activaría porque no sé desactivar esto.
In the middle of Summoner's Rift here today, because these two players, I think there will be a big spotlight on both of them. Zeka being a player that we have not given any of the accolades that we've given to Chovy, but he's the one that's lifted the Summoner's Cup.
Yeah, one of my favorite graphics
Bueno, el
that
primer partido y de lo que estoy aquí.
it was the Zeka graphic in best of fives versus Chovy, where Zeka basically lost, and I lost track of how many times it was, but it was getting to
Me cago de risa, si es un tercero de Fanguard.
one win in the best of five column, which was the World
Como si la
semifinal.
busqué al Beneco. El Beneco cuando
As we
despierte.
get closer to
Coño, vale.
draft, that is the thing that I'm most interested in, because we've seen these two face up very recently. And Chronicler, we were talking earlier, where will Azir fall? Where will Sion fall? Where will Wukong fall for the red side team? And with HLE, we already see that mid lane going to be the target. Sion, you expect to fall alongside it, but that does mean that the Wukong that we saw banned so much in the finals.
Y abajo todo arriba, dices. Oh.
Possibility here. Very often, Peanut in particular loves to go towards his Vi. As the Poppy ban does come through, and that does lead towards that Wukong, as you were saying, Vedi. Poppy really has high variance, but when executed well is insane. Sion is open though, so we might be seeing a trade. Sion has been, I think, the biggest story this tournament, basically moving to almost 100% ban rate, although Gen.G did let it go in their best of 3.
This also means that Rise is up for grabs. I wonder if HLE want to try and take that pick away. Also leaning towards that Galio ban to pinch as much of Chovy's pool as possible, but if you then do go for the Rise, things like the Casio, looks like they're going to go for the safer choice of the Talia for Zeka.
Feels a little bit dangerous as well, right? Because first picking Sion can lead you to be a bit trundleable, which they have steered away from as Peanut decides to lock in an old favorite. This is something that Inspired, I believe, debuted here at Worlds, and will be playing the Sejuani alongside the Talia. And now Gen.G, will they be locking up the Sion themselves, or will it be something else? Because honestly, the trundle value on their side is now...
Yeah,
un minuto que me transfiero a la cama.
Which you've seen picked into Talia a lot. Chovy loves the pick. You get to have silent impact, and obviously once you get to your breakpoints, you can actually shove in. And then Sion as a follow-up. Now, both these top laners are very capable of counter-picking. In these drafts, I would expect Zeus to be given more freeway in that regard, as it's actually going to be the Nico, so the Sion making it through for now.
Yeah, and I was talking about Trundle, that's not going to be picked because there are two jungles already locked away.
Support Trundle is still real, Atlas.
It's not. It's definitely not, and that was a whoopsie, Chronicler. We can be honest about this. I'm very, very comfortable. Okay, Zeka going to lock away the Rek'Sai, though. I'm not comfortable about that. Not at all. I know Zeus is a great player, and I feel like Rek'Sai really does kind of suit him as well. But I just don't think that Rek'Sai does it for me.
The biggest surprise is that they've just let the Sion through. The fact that not only have they decided it's not a priority, they can now look to ban it away, but we know that if Gen.G choose to go for something like a Sion, if it's open, it's just a tank v tank matchup on the top side. For Gen.G, they now have a lot of freedom to pick apart the support pool and limit what defensive options Delight can look for.
It's also calling the bluff. They're like, I don't think they're going to ban Sion now, because the Rek'Sai has been used as a counter pick very consistently. So they're just saying, we'll see what else Keen can bring. That slots in well. Rek'Sai, I do think having at least a melee solo laner makes Sejuani's life a lot easier. I would expect Delight to go towards something melee as well, so you have plenty of opportunity to set up that passive. as now Gen G should be getting rid of some of the safer AD carries here to ensure that your Wukong will get guaranteed value with his backline access. And really, the fact we have again that Nico Ryze combo that we saw used with great efficiency by CFO, if I remember correctly, is something that Viper is going to have to keep in mind.
I mean, Corki right now has so much value, the extra mobility, the good scaling, the small amount of poke that you'll also provide paired alongside the Taliyah. There was that Kai'Sa that was mentioned. Just the amount of dive threat that Gen G have, it makes a lot of sense that they want to remove that. And taking Delight Alistair away from him is fantastic engage potential. We saw him during the Swiss stage. I feel like he was one of the most consistent inconsistencies, right? The fact that he would make these insane outplays and then at the same time make very questionable plays, which brought to, I mean, it was a joy to watch just because of the entertainment value, but I can't take away from how good he is, so it makes a lot of sense they would want to ban that away. But there's that Corki that we were talking about, going to be locked in for Viper.
Yep, whole lot of power there. The Alistair ban also fantastic to protect the Nico, just because you can look a little bit silly, pop blossoming over in a corner if you get headbutted, so it can be a little bit unfortunate there as we have a bit of a Trinity Force off towards the bottom side of the map. Some build evening out here as Ruler does lock away the Ezreal. He's liked this into the Corki quite a lot as, okay, Keen. This is fantastic because it's not only a decent matchup into a tank as, okay, wait.
Pantheon support?
It has to be, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, Pantheon Sejuani is insane because you can use the Empower W to immediately proc the Permafrost with the extra autos. That's something we haven't seen for the longest time though, but clearly a prepared response. There's also the fact that Keen picked away one of Zeus' most iconic champions because the Aatrox has actually been obviously a comfort pick for Zeus since 2023 while also being one of the other prime Sion counters.
It's also like the easiest setup for all of these skill shots, right? Like the Seismic Shove and the Glacial Prison are difficult to hit at times. It will not be when you've got Rek'Sai and Pantheon setting up. We've been talking about Pantheon Taliyah since 2019.
And there seems to be something that HLE came in with a plan in mind. Because the early priority on the Sejuani, with the saving the Pantheon until the very end, I imagine they were expecting the Nico to come through as well. We often see when teams have the opportunity to play on a single patch, they start to find creative ways to deal with very prevalent meta picks. Let's see how effective this is, the Sejuani Pantheon combo, and how much it can deal with this Nico.
This is going to be absolutely fascinating to watch because it does also lead you to think about what's been happening in scrims in regards to the Sion as well. Both of these teams foregoing this champion entirely. Obviously, there's something that's creeping in that's been able to take care of it. Will we see that develop as the series goes on? But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get onto the Rift for game number 1 of our first match of knockouts here at Worlds 2025. Gen G taking on HLE as we do a bit of a rematch of the LCK Finals.
And gentlemen, you were talking to me about how much HLE were the prepared team in the LCK playoffs. The fact that they came out swinging from what was a difficult regular season was because it felt like that their draft prep was so calculated, and this just feels like another demonstration of their preparation coming into this quarterfinals.
It really does. It also, for me, is reminiscent that even in Fearless, if we think back, so many big meta shifts have happened over the course of the last World Championship, going from Swiss into knockouts, as we do have some vision being secured here. One other thing I do want to highlight with the Hanwha composition specifically, which we always need to talk about when it's Taliyah and Pantheon specifically, even though Delight is obviously not going to be nearly as strong, he will still be freed up by the virtue of being a support. And Gen G love to play with their side lanes, right? They're one of the best teams at being able to just always get advantages elsewhere on the map. It's going to be a lot harder against two.
Pasa, me hace esclavo, así me abraza y me da calorcito. No va a ser, me chupó la pincha y la
to follow up from a great distance is going to be relatively handy if Zeus finds himself in an uncomfortable position. But this does feel like the conventional against the chefs. And we'll just have to see whether
qué lindo que es el League of Legends competitivo. 3-0.
helping out HLE, or whether it's going to be a little bit of a problem. Because, I mean, we've seen this comp out of Gen G so many times.
Morris era tan cagón que ni esto vea.
Strange is maybe looks for Keen.
Dije que venga, che, boludo, que esta serie no tiene nada que ver. Dije que juega su papá, no.
It really does feel like we are both seeing. We know Keen can play Aatrox, but it's not one of his necessarily preferred champions in the current meta. Recently,
malo de
he
mierda.
doesn't really play towards the top side as much as many of our other teams. But it is, in my mind,
ese tipo no era fanático de Zeus.
Takeaway, right? And I think Even though the Corki is really good in this spot, even that kind of feels like the setup was not giving Ruler Corki can also only be praised because he's been absolutely devastating on this champion.
Track of what the junglers are up to. It seems that both have set their sights towards the bot side.
Está Carlos, está jugando un super mono. No creo que pierda, ¿no? Pero aquí noto. Pasar de agarracos a golems. Anoto, Canyon, anoto.
Coño, no, Rubio está jugando ahí real. Si gana, le sube el win rate. Cague.
Which means that right now I think the primary focus for Peanut is to cover for his bottom lane and also to contest this bot grab, as right now HLE should have the prio to do.
Well, I'll see whether that is exactly what is going to happen. Some herbivorous tendencies for our boy Canyon in the jungle, so certainly not expecting too much, especially for Wukong, who does like hitting.
Te lo cancelaba, pero Twitter.
Peanut has had a lot of plans in early games, and oftentimes, if Peanut looks like he's moving somewhere deliberately, then that is where the positive things can start happening here for HLE, as we do have Canyon moving. Wrapping around.
Viene la chancha y se come toda.
Does go wide, so it's not going to be too much of a worry.
Chovy trusting his movement there. If he gets knocked up and Peanut can follow up, he might.
Peanut es más viejo que Faker, ¿o no?
No.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle here towards the bottom side of the map as Viper down to 100 health. Ruler standing his ground. Push to light away as his support's backing, but he's looking.
No, Ruler.
It's not going to happen. But still, I think Ruler has sent them.
¿Qué hacemos, papi? ¿Dónde tirar la
co? Spells used between the supports. Ruler, though, with the health advantage, pushes the HLE bot lane away. He's going to be able to push this wave underneath the tower. Keeping my eyes on the minimap when I notice. But you can see the Pantheon already heading towards that top side of the map. Viper's going to be left alone very early in this game, as it feels like Delight and Peanut are going to go on some adventures together.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see, because with the base timing,
Qué risa va a ser con el coño, vale.
a swap here, and it does look like that is going to be the case here. And again, to remind everyone, the way that the Pantheon W works, when he has the 5 stacks, if he does jump onto someone, the free auto should do afterwards immediately proc promo for, so Keem needs to be careful.
Yeah, let's see whether he's going to survive. I don't think he's looking too hot in this one, and down will Keen go. First one over to the Rek'Sai, and Zeus is on the board.
A clean gank from HLE with very little time wasted. The fact that Delight was already forced back to base, he immediately moves towards the top side with Peanut. There's that synergy that we were talking about. Pantheon didn't even need to use it because both the Rek'Sai and the Sejuani applied the passive together. Now Delight in position on the top side of the map as Viper makes his way up to also catch this wave.
Wait, are they just going to just go for it again?
Pero va a ir por un 3v2, ¿eh?
So he can just catch the wave and make that. If someone walked in, they could have gone for a play, but now Zeus needs to catch that bot wave, so should be making his way over.
Yep, they do spot that Zeus is going back home, but unable to interrupt it for now, as Viper and Delight back in a 2v2 once again. And it looks like, yeah, we are going to see the teleport out from Zeus. Thought for a second that he was going to try Peanut is seen on vision.
I think Peanut actually got his wolf stolen there based on Canyon getting the camp lead and Peanut flailing air. Not going to find anything there. But again, with the power of this Sejuani, as long as either Pantheon or Rek'Sai is there, they have so much CC and offensive.
Lo que más me gusta es que el que carrea es Marganen, es que es un blanco hecho y derecho.
Already falling behind on the Aatrox, and we all know
Como dicta la historia.
Legitimate win condition, even though this Rek'Sai has been a bit of an up and down pick, can be very oppressive, as we have seen in the right hands.
Yeah, obviously, Chovy is highest in levels. The guy is pretty good at sticking around for waves, but right now in the river, to see whether him and Canyon can get any work done. More scuffling here towards the top side as this time.
Che, pero están comiendo una pija los boludos esto.
Keen and Zeus fighting once more, but I don't expect too much to occur in the 1v1. As Chovy is just going to be bodyguarding Canyon.
Pain 6.
Yeah, doesn't let Peanut do too much. Nimbus Strike goes in. Peanut unable to really respond, but he's still relatively tanky with that giant spell.
Has his prio in mid, roaming up towards top.
Reaver's Wall comes out immediately, and they're looking to hold them in position. Duro gets into the shape.
Qué maldad.
There's a seismic shove. Viper picks it up.
Estaría perfecto.
Nothing for HLE.
Chovy being spotted on that bot crab, not able to match the roam. Really nicely done there by Zeka to make use of that timing
Ahí
window.
Costa, se le viene la noche. No queremos.
As both Viper and Zeus.
Me perdí, ¿por qué Acosta?
¿Y por qué no chupando el pene que Chovy? No, sí, segundo mejor millennial de todos los tiempos, no, sí.
Vale,
is when Gen G really need to be worried, because then that global presence that you talked about earlier is going to come through.
Chovy a la justa es mejor que el arte.
As we take another look here, at first it looks like maybe they
Me estoy arriesgando.
Mejor que quién.
finds the W on the
Que el
right
arte.
number, and as Atlas was saying, that Talia Pantheon combo we saw as a bot lane for that exact reason,
and as a mid-jungle duo, and now as this time.
And it was Chovy's team that did it, and it was when he was with Viper, and now Viper's doing it again. It's like his own tactics are being used on the other side of the rift. Feels probably a little bit unfair, or he doesn't really care about it because it was so long ago. And as we saw in the opening video, Chovy just cares about winning. So let's see whether they can actually start doing that, because so far they're down about 1,000 gold. HLE trying to get some grubs here, as it is going to be first one taken away by Peanut, standing in the back of the pit, wondering whether they want to fight for this or not, as you've got Zeka rotating over the flash forward from Delight. He gets the stun, the seismic shove on it too, as Zeka is put in the prison, but he does not care. Canyon trying to get himself out of there as Viper's still at full health, and Ruler finally will show up, as we're going to fight towards the bottom side at the same time. This last crab should belong to HLE. As you can see, Ruler getting himself out of there, and in the meantime, this battle's still happening here on the bottom side. Keen and Zeus just utilizing all of that region and their kit to be okay. That's a... What? The Arcade...
Bien, Chovy.
Insanity
Que salarse me
here, as his clone goes down, but he survives.
A lot happening there. So it starts off again. Great usage of the Pantheon. This is actually a pretty tricky composition.
¿Por qué el mono de Carlos no se ve así?
Which can block our ultimate, but thanks to the target selection, they're almost able to take down Canyon, but they do use a lot of resources, which opens up the play for Gen G afterwards.
And I mean, what a play it was. The fact that Canyon was able to get away to safety, then Gen G converted into a kill on the top side of the map. That gold advantage that HLE had started to build is quickly disappearing, and that's how quickly players like Chovy can take control of the game.
And it's important to note, Viper flashed for the kill as well onto Canyon. Didn't actually find him, so he's down flash. As far as AD carries go, Cork is obviously one of the safer ones thanks to his Valkyrie, but that could still be an opportunity window for someone like Canyon if he can find a flank.
Well, let's see what happens, because it looks like HLE are angling for a bit of a dragon. That should be taken here, as no one on Gen G is anywhere really near this area. That one likely to go their way. And this should also be some feats well and truly on the way for HLE. One more kill, one more objective, and they will be able to upgrade their shoes. And that is going to be coming in right now. So we'll be looking at that one to see whether HLE can get those upgrades. Gen G, of course, feeling pretty good as far as the scaling is concerned, but I feel like the HLE composition has worked thus far, and we'll see whether they can get it together as we move further on and close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes are on Chovy right now. He's where a lot of the gold lead is for Gen G, and now he's moving off to a side lane. You guys mentioned earlier, Gen G is a team that loves to play through their sides, and now that the Pantheon has that level 6, we'll see how well HLE can punish the side lanes. Chovy should be an easy target for them to collapse on. Peanut is hovering around the top side of the map though, but Canyon is here to cover as well. Looks like he's feeling pretty safe about his top laner's position, given that he's going to go back to base.
Making his way over, but with all that vision, I think Keen should be fine. The light's range not quite that big, and Gen G seemingly thinking that, okay, we're waiting for particularly the one-item spikes, right? Triforce, double Triforce is such an insane power spike, so I think contesting the dragon, or not contesting the dragon, rather, does make a ton of sense. When it comes to the actual scaling in the game, I think it's actually interesting in that it is so hard to play side lanes later on. The Realm Warp, not going to find the mark.
Will be answered by another R button, so we go R for R towards the bottom side, as here in the top lane,
oh, Zeus going to have
to just tunnel his way out.
It's fine. You're seeing that the
acá debe usar el fucking Yorick.
though, and it's much harder for the Rek'Sai to really trade back, especially given that Rek'Sai, very short range, needs to be in the face of the Aatrox, and that makes it much easier to utilize the 3 procs of your Q. Meanwhile, Delight making sure that Zeka has a bodyguard. We talked so much about those side lanes, and look at the positioning of Peanut in the river as well. On the bot side, clearing out that vision, providing Zeka with the safety that he very much needs. The problem is, he is down a level, and that Rod of Ages isn't even completed for Chovy yet. The man is already getting quite the lead here in Game 1.
Yeah, ahead by a couple of waves as well. But you can see that they were listening to you, Betty. You know, they were saying, yes, I think Chovy is going to be a problem. So they try and overload his side of the map, but playing a little bit too carefully as we could see. But man, this is exactly what we wanted out of this game number 1. Things extremely close here at 12.5 minutes.
What's interesting to me is throughout the LCK, I know you guys talked a lot domestically about how Zeka wasn't quite the player that you expected him to be, and part of the reason why they struggled in the latter half of the year. But coming into this tournament, I felt like Zeka really has stepped up in terms of what you very much expected from him. And we've already seen that in his most recent series where it felt like he already popped off against CFO.
And even though he's behind in gold, I do think the play towards topside was very nicely done. Good punish of a window of opportunity. And yeah, Zeka really has kind of had the full arc where at first it was just melees, then he was just good for a large amount of time. And then this year, since Rotem specifically, we've seen him struggle a little bit. But I agree with you, Vadi. It does feel like he's bouncing back. But you do need a pretty substantial bounce back to keep up in gold when it comes to Chovy, who does now finish his Rod of Ages. Triforce isn't quite done for Canyon yet, though. And I do think they're going to be looking towards that. We have 2 timers basically on the same time for both Herald and the second Dragon. So we'll see what the teams are going to prioritize there, because thus far, it's been a pretty even early game, even though the kills initially favored Hanwha, currently sitting at basically even in gold.
Yep. And I feel like the trophy factor is coming into play there, as you can see about 700 in the lead. Zeus trying to tunnel his way out of this one as Keen, even though they did try and keep him down, kind of said no. And will still just be winning in this 1v1 at this point in time.
Se lo están viendo a los 3 a 0.
But does, you know, there are completed items on both sides of the matchup. Now with some steel caps also completed for Zeus, maybe he'll be feeling a little bit better.
There's also, if there's a guy on Gen G one to be behind, it's Keen. Because he is the one that is always able to have an impact, no matter the game state. We've seen this man bounce back.
You're remembering that Gwen game, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the Gwen game. There is the amount of lane swaps this man has played. And
I mean, Keen, I really think, has had a phenomenal year. He feels like such a complete player as a top laner. And, you know, often people categorize top laners into certain roles, whether they be bruisers, tanks, or, you know, carries. And it feels like the Keen just has the plethora of options available to him, even if he's very well known for things like his Keen Sante, for example. And I think this is a great demonstration that Sundered Sky is such a powerful item on the Aatrox. And we've already been seeing him win out on these skirmishes, but it's these fights that we are getting very close to. Whenever you get these LCK matchups, watching the setups around these neutral objectives is probably the most important part, because the fight itself, it's usually the setup to the fight where we see a lot of the action kick off.
Yeah, the most important thing is the Dragon timer. That's when you know when things are going to happen.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm
kind of
looking out for
throwing
here.
Me for a loop there, Atlas. And I want to highlight what you said, Vedi. When it comes to setup, Gen G, ideally, I think, want to just be together, not get picked off. And if they can get a 5-5 with Wukong and Nico, I think they're in a good spot. I don't think they're going to get that, though.
Yeah, Zeus making his way right into the back of the pit here. Is Shelly down to about 2/3 health. Gen G, don't find too much joy with the True Shot Barrage. It's a lot of jockeying for position. Delight in a good one of those, as we can see. But he flashes for it. He knew that they were coming. As Canyon gets himself out of there. Glacial Prison, not quite getting too much done here, as Zeus is going to have to tunnel his way out. Shelly had reset, but it looks like Gen G have claimed control of the area.
And there you see the trigger pull doesn't work, and Hanwha Life need to either let this go or look for a re-engage.
Well, let's see what they can actually make work here as Zeka goes in, puts the wall down, gets out of there pretty quickly. As we do have the Rift Herald going over to Gen G, and now they're looking for Zeka in the back of the pit. He didn't want to use the flashes. Now Canyon could be in a bit of trouble. Viper flashes away, but it's Zeka that's in trouble. Keen gets his revenge as he takes down 2. This Aatrox just bursts to life at 16 minutes into the game in Gen G. I don't think they really cared about this whole Pantheon support thing.
Gen G waste no time. It was a scary start to the fight as Canyon became the target. But with that Sejuani ultimate gone, Gen G take full control of the space. HLE seem uncoordinated in how they want to approach as Zeka is locked in the pit. Canyon flashes over to follow him, knowing that Keen is right by his side.
Se cago en la pata, Canyon.
Takes out Zeka, and with the front line of Keen, it becomes an easy cleanup for Gen G.
In the fight because it's such a scattered approach. And I think you could see at the start of the fight the hesitation for Hanwha Life, because again, I think their comp stands or falls by the first second of the fight. They used their tools onto Canyon. He did not go down, but they still tried to contest the objective, and they had to pay for it with a 2k gold deficit.
And now it's a Hextech Dragon as well, and they were unable to keep stacking the Drakes. It could have been such a big deal for HLE to have that win condition, that it's going to be all evened out here by Gen G, who utilize that extra pressure.
For people that maybe just watch and follow during the international competitions, it's sometimes hard to always understand why teams are considered so good. And that fight was a great demonstration of Gen G's patience and execution. The fact that they happily conceded, as, hang on, HLE are looking for a counterplay of their own as they set the sights on the Keen. I don't think this is an easy...
Como si le dieran miedo a un altro que lo están por daguear, boludo.
Is pretty good.
Se queda triple kill más grande.
Chequeo la Q.
Uy, lo borraron.
Dentro 5.
Okay, you got Aatrox. Look at top lane though.
No, don't look at top lane.
Look at mid lane.
Don't look at top lane.
No es Ward, te tiran 2 torres.
Yeah, no, you're right. The play was, you know, they did manage to do what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, the fallout is kind of insane, as this is an inner turret falling down, and the outer in the mid lane as well, which some would argue is even more important, as now Canyon has found Delight.
Ya como la boca al papi.
The double cyclone does come on in. Ruler is there to back up the monkey. Canyon
Charlie no se ve así.
here in this mid game.
Actually, nicely done there by Canyon. They will get the Humble Life with that play being extended towards top, get a inner turret themselves, which means that gold still ends up basically the same place where it began at the whole start of the play. But mid turret is such a crucial objective as Ruler.
In the Ruler spot here, in the mid lane, will get knocked off. There's a permafrost, and this is the GCC that we were talking about. They pick up their prize, and HLE, I think as long as...
Siempre le pasa algo a Rubén cuando está en medio, boludo. Para mí, tendría que pusher una sideline, no medio. Pero siempre le agarra estupidez en medio.
For a very long time, they misread the response from Hanwha, thinking that they would, I think, all base after getting that inner, but instead they rotate and get a really nice kill and try and work, slowly chip away at that gold deficit.
Well, the map has opened up a lot more now. The Dragon is 2.5 minutes away, but the Arakan is 40 seconds away. And I feel like at this World Championship, given that we've had so much more time to play with the Arakan, teams are a lot more confident to start the objective, often to their own demise. And I feel like that is also true for the LCK teams, and I'm excited to see this Arakan setup as the fog of war is dark and scary, and HLE have to respect it.
Yeah, and there's a lot more of it now with all of these structures hitting the ground. Azaius, look at Chovy here, but he just walks his way out. There's the ulti to start this one up, but the ult from Peanut is not going to put Chovy in prison. He will get pushed out of the way as there's the flash forward, they get the knockup, there's the permafrost, and I guess you don't need to hit your R button if you've got a whole bunch of others.
And Chovy was confident in the 1v2, but there was 4 people there! So that might just be Arakan.
Quite frankly, Chovy was
la capilla que están pegando el burro y pino, boludo, para que después cotea. Todo cañón es horrible. Es los pelotudos de los laners que tienen.
And he didn't respect Peanut's initiation range. It opens up the Arakan, and this gold lead that Gen G had built is slowly whittling away.
Not to mention the fact that HLE can now catch up in petals, because they were getting destroyed on that front as well. So that number will be able to even out as this game goes on. And that advantage that Gen G had will be taken away. The Arakan is a big deal.
And I was expecting it to be like a Zeka ult or Delight. No, they just walked into his lane and killed him. That wasn't him overextending into the globals, where sometimes you can miss. He just walked up, got taken down, and a nice kill, meaning that now Humble Life is feeling a lot better in the game. Back to basically being dead even.
Now, gentlemen, having had the pleasure of listening to you both throughout the year, I have heard once or twice you misbrand this organization.
Ayer dije, boludo, si juegan para Canyon va a ganar, y no va a ganar porque tiene que jugar para estos burros.
With a 1.3k gold lead.
Yes, Viper has been by far the most consistent player on this team. Sometimes it's not him that's carrying, but most of the time Viper is doing well. And towards the end of the season, he was doing very well, while there was some otherwise negative connotations around the rest of the team.
Some subpar gaming.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
I was trying to tiptoe around it, but I don't think I did a very good job. This guy's just been fantastic, but this year, I feel like Ruler has something to say about it.
I mean, he absolutely does. Both AD carries, I think, have been performing extremely well. They've also been performing extremely well at this Worlds. And as we get closer to the Dragon, in 10 seconds' time, our eyes will be on these AD carries, their positioning, and their ability to do damage. Spotted out on that good ward there by Gen G. Right now, Zeus is pushing through the top side of the map as Gen G have position on the Dragon. It's quite dark for the side of HLE as they look to approach, but there's the TP.
Yeah. Nico searching out, but you can see Zeus looking to get on top of Chovy one more time. This dragon down to about 4.5k as Peanut goes in, finds the Glacial Prison. This time the Boss Blossom is too good! As Duro will be able to even get the kill on his opposite number. HLE falling down left and right, and it's Keen once again on an
A 13 muerto.
and Viper Live Esports. He will be the last one to go down, and it's a triple for Ruler.
I'm normally not one for premonitions, but that felt very,
Por las
very
huevas.
apt as it's Viper standing alone. The Dragon goes to Hanwha, but the 5v5 teamfight win goes again. And look this, Canyon blocks the ultimate. They were trying to set up on Chovy. Peanut tried to glide past.
Denji sacó 4 kills para Chovy. Digo, para Ruler.
And Keen deals with the backline.
It felt like such a
Totalmente
heavy
buen para
commitment
Denji.
onto Chovy. The game plan from HLE was just, we have to take this Rise out of the fight, and by funneling into the Dragon, they made it so much easier for Genji's AoE to do damage to the entire lineup of HLE, with Viper isolated by his own teammate's wall.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that we get the coach cam afterwards as well, and Helper being so expressive, and we're lucky we have that because Coach Kim isn't.
Oh my goodness.
So we get a lot of that information as, yeah, Viper being able to pick up a couple of kills.
¿Y el daño de Genji quién mierda lo hizo? ¿El dragón? ¿O qué carajo? ¿Por
The
qué?
numbers are just a little bit higher across the board on Genji's side, as Keen is starting to get more and more ridiculous.
Download free CP. Enjoy. Grab your cock.
Relatively tanky. HLE not out of it just yet. As you can see, it's about a 2,000 gold lead. That is not end of the world.
Mira cómo lo busca. Mira cómo lo busca el burro este. Ay, mi niño.
Spots out Duro. He knows that he just has to get out of there, as he'll use that tunnel network to make it to safety.
Genji have pretty much abandoned the bot wave, and they're going to now send Keen to go and catch it as they look to get control over the top side of the map. The Scuttle Crab will be secured, and the Baron spawns in about 45 seconds. We don't really expect Genji to immediately start this objective, but it is putting pressure on HLE. The threat, the risk of this Baron being started is going to force them into these uncomfortable positions where Genji could maybe look for picks or opportunities to punish HLE.
I want to also highlight some of the itemization. We actually have Viper going for an early Serpent's Fang, which I do think is an item that can get a crazy amount of value. In this case, I think the Starek shield and the shield from the Seraphs are the ones that my eyes go towards. There's also the Oblivion Orb here for Zeka, which, come on now, he's playing into double Sundered Sky, and there's an Aatrox on the enemy team, so that one's a no-brainer.
Prison goes down, but
Uy, qué linda roja.
the wall comes in from Zeka, but is he too late? As Peanut is just getting himself the heck out of there. You can see Zeus, he's getting very low, and now Keen is looming on HLE, but they hold them at bay. HLE, they have to get out, but at least all of them managed to.
¿Qué?
I mean, good retreat from HLE. Genji shouldn't be able to convert this into much.
Sí, Juan, porque vos con tu con de mierda que te capé un side la semana, pelotudo.
Of the river, you can see on the minimap that just
Ay, te odio.
HLE have very little control and very little information.
And when you're
Te
playing a
odio.
composition that plays off of picks,
Wait,
of
wait,
getting,
Te odio,
I
te
think
odio,
you
te
have to
odio.
set up traps. I think you just have to send it and force them to respond, force them to walk in. With the Hex Gates, the rotation can be quick.
Te sentás acá, analizás, criticás, cerrá el orto, guaye de mierda, cerrá el
But now they
orto.
know where he is, as they do manage to clear out some vision around this.
No sé, hace mucho no lo veo, amigo, no sé por qué no juego este mundial.
Just yet. I thought that they were going to go for a
Chicos, te han vendido que era el mejor EG de la historia de este año.
Duro moving in, pretending to be
No tengo
of this Baron. It's going down pretty quickly as Zeka will make his way over, teleport in from Keen as well.
Recordemos cuando tu hijo
Take this
murió.
Baron because this could be a difficult team fight. True shot barrage goes through Peanut.
Bueno,
Locks down the
bueno.
Baron. Delight is so incredibly low, but he had the shield for so long. They get rid of him, but can HLE keep themselves alive?
Ahí tenés cagoneo mogólico.
And Genji will get the punish, but they keep the Barons on the map.
HLE, at the very least, get away with 3 Barons. It does cost them Viper's life. It allows Genji to get a little bit more gold, but HLE have denied a very important win condition away from Genji.
Might also allow them to set up for a Hextech Soul Point as we take it over. It's just a straight up flip. I thought that they were going to play Division, maybe back off once Keen TPs, but no. It goes down to, I think, 668 there. Peanut finds the smite, but if Genji again actually gets their 5v5 where Duro and Canyon can layer their ults and CC.
Porque se quedó
Have a
Viper.
great time, and I think Hanwha Life also knew that trying to just disengage. Can they play as Zeus is here? I think they wanted to play.
Va a tirar el burro Zeus.
He is Rek'Sai, so should be.
Ah, caña, so down.
Crab though, which is exactly what he wanted to do. Peanut looking for this blue buff, but Canyon looming with Duro alongside.
Also, we know the history when it comes to smite fights between Peanut and Canyon, and it feels like that Peanut is once again getting the better of his jungle counterpart, as the blue buff will be secured. That's going to be shared across the entire team. Dragon now alive. HLE can use this Baron to help them get Prio over mid lane. The TP is going to come through from Zeus as well. Gen G, though, in position on the river, as Canyon hyper-aggressively tries to push Peanut out.
Not going to quite work out, he's not doing all that much damage, but Hexgate's going to be able to get the monkey behind this Dragon Pit.
Position is so awkward. Bot wave is being pushed in favor of Gen G. All of the vision is being denied. HLE are trying to find any purchase or any avenue into this river right now.
Renaissance quite effectively here as Zeus goes underground, senses what's going on. They clear up the way, but it looks like the Dragon is going to be started. Zeka gets himself over. Let's see whether Peanut can do it again. The Pop Blossom comes through, lands on two.
Buena ulti, duro. Oh, qué bien duro.
Como dice Clau. No.
La ulti de Quevedo.
Muy bien, Chovy. Pará. Esto depende de si Rule se busca el highlight o no.
Sí.
Even, no, supongo.
¿Qué es el burro?
Era Nico, loco.
And the last time, Humble Life get the objective, pay dearly. This time, Gen G get the objective, but they pay dearly as still 30 seconds. This mid lane turret about to blow.
Explotaron, boludo. Es raro que Duro agarró a 4, boludo, y lo que explotaron solo Gen G. ¿Qué pasó ahí?
To force the fight. Their positioning, playing the front to back, worked much more favorably for them. But they're spending a lot of time on the map. The respawns are coming through. They need to get back to base.
When is Ruler going to feel fear?
This man fears very little, hence the Ruler spot for existing.
Very true.
He's going to push out this mid wave. And here we go, the replay. So again, look at the positioning this time around. The Zeka ultimate now with the rest of his team. Zeus goes in first, and the ulti, while it does connect onto 4, Viper is left untouched. It ends up being a
como murió King, boludo, sin un puto atrox.
damage Chovy takes off the beginning of the fight. He's going back, he uses the power, realizes that disappears. And once he flashes in, it sets up for Zeus to land a beautiful two-man knocker.
And
No sé si fue worth.
So many highlight moments in the fight. To start, him getting a knock.
Nada, sí, de todo, pero sobre todo el que Chovy gastara flash. No es una killa Viper, boludo, y para hacer flash.
Llega para matar XD, pero...
Yo no digo que vos disfrutes seguir y que critica, te digo que no critique siendo un burro. Yo puedo porque yo soy bueno.
Brother.
Ya Rule como lo saca cagándote. Sí, mi niño. Dijo, vaya, está, playa. Ya como lo matan los pájaros.
Una teamfight que el duro este no se clave a 4 y va a perder Gen G, o sea... Duro, no sé cómo me está pegando toda la azul, este
Duro, está duro, lo buscan a él, o sea, ni siquiera tuvo que buscar nada, ultió en el lugar y aparecieron 4. Como si esas cosas pasaran. Ya me sorprende lo poco que está aguantando Kim, boludo, no entiendo. Aguanta más Chovy que Kim, boludo.
Esta versión 5-0, weón, yo no sé, tanto pega el fucking Corki que Rule está cagado y le pegó el flash.
He was doing his best to dish out what damage he could. The wall from Zeka as well was so impactful, making it difficult for Chovy and for Canyon to get involved in the fight. But the amount of time that Duro's ultimate bought was so significant.
Como debe ser.
Ruler, 5, 1, and 6. He's only died once,
vintage
got
Lord.
caught in the mid lane. His positioning in these fights has been so
Ahí está la diferencia entre una ADC y una ADC volumen.
But it feels like it's hard to say who has a clear advantage in this game. The Dragons are even. Baron's spawning in 30 seconds. You have to imagine the once that next objective falls, that will be the thing that gives a team a clear advantage.
And it was, I think, the only thing that we didn't get from HLE so far here at Worlds was the quintessential Viper's gonna do it game. And 8-4-4, this guy has been the linchpin for this team. I think if they're going to do it, it's going to be with him as Chovy just walks his way out of it.
Oh, and if he dies there, that's a free Baron. Humble Life might still try to make a play for it.
Sí, bueno, yo no tomaría ese riesgo. Con flipeo de varones, solo golpearía. Cuidado, cuidado. No, ¿qué hago? Se quedó aislado.
Bueno, posta. Seguro se puede sentar tanto en la chota cuando va contra Kim, boludo.
HLE, they do not want to let this go, but I think they might even have to.
Sí, Cario. Hostia, pero tú. Dios mío, duro. Dios mío, duro, boludo. Ah, murió, no fue bueno.
And then it's mopped up by the Aatrox. The wombo is beautiful from Gen G as they hunt down.
Le dice Nico que mutee, Juan, porfa, que no aposté.
Canyon, the spite of the team,
Es
doesn't
mi
even
bro.
care about being in the
Te prometo que no postea,
That wasn't their objective. They
No, porque es que spoilear y hablar de apuesta, boludo. A las piñas. No importa, me chupa un huevo. No, me chupa un huevo, boludo. Vos si matás a alguien y va preso y en la cárcel nos matás, no te sacan al instante. La chupe, boludo, está pagando su condena. Que aprenda, boludo.
Y Juan, decirle a Nico que ganó Hagua, loco.
Decirle al jueza, mira.
No entiendo, ¿cómo perdió Hagua esta
Duro, Juan, mira.
Estaba re bien.
¿Qué partida más dura esta?
Rillata.
Bueno, Genji 13-8.
We knew the objectives would be the thing that decided, but my goodness, what a back and forth. What an excellent display of mechanical skill from both sides, and small decisions could have been the difference maker of who took game one.
And I actually had some doubts when this Pantheon was locked in. I'm like, you cannot throw cheese at Gen G. They eat that up. But it almost worked. It's absolute insanity. Let's throw it back to the analysts, see what they made of it.
Thank you so much. We'll give you a little break, of course. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game coming into this. I was so hyped. I knew this was going to be a banger, but I did not expect it to get to this level.
I also take issue with Atlas calling it cheese.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, they can't hear us, but we can't hear each other, so keep talking. This is sick.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we had a ton of, there we go. For viewers at home, we could not hear each other or anything. As we see, again, I take issue with Atlas calling it cheese just because I think these team fights were so close. They were so back and forth. This was such a delight to watch. Duro was so insane with his Pop Blossoms in this, set up by the Canyon Wukong, set up by Keen's amazing frontlining. It was just so amazing.
And that was the thing, like at the start, we were like, all right, this is all the Delight game. This man is everywhere. He's doing so much work on the Pantheon. And then Duro in these fights was fantastic, but Delight got baited here because Canyon outplays him entirely in the HyperX Reflex replay. As they go for the all-in, you manage to get barely out of this as Canyon manages to get the W away and set up perfectly for the play.
Yeah, that was so huge. Him being able to escape the Sejuani ult, set up everything with the Wukong. Duro comes in with the Pop Blossom. It sets them ahead. But that wasn't even close to the deciding team fight of this game.
It wasn't. I do want to call out the fact that we set up so much about Canyon versus Peanut and Peanut having to make that run. But for me, Canyon was sovereign in this first game, and not necessarily as usual maybe where he's making a hell for the enemy jungler in his ganks, but his decision-making in some of the most important decisions in that Dragon fight early, in that Herald early, really showing his class. But as Emily said, it didn't really matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, these team fights just ended up being so back and forth as we watch this fight back. Amazing Pop Blossom coming through from Duro again, and just watch how Keen front lines here, because I thought he was so good in this team fight, getting onto Zeka, is able to get onto Viper finally at the very end, set up for this Ruler triple kill, flashing the Samsung emote. So good. Look at the damage coming out of these 80 carries.
Gen G reigns supreme in the team fights. It's been the story for the last 6 times that these two teams have faced off against each other. And once more, Canyon on this Wukong was incredible in setting that up. And HLE, they tried their damnedest, but with players like Ruler who are firing on all cylinders on the Ezreal, it just made it impossible.
We also had over 1 combined kill per minute in that game.
Insane.
1.05 for these two teams, so just absolutely incredible.
This is also a super cool photo that Elite Sports posted earlier. Viper and Ruler, but this was of course in 2021. Yeah! Viper was on EDG and he beat him and then won the World Championship. Emily, it's crazy how these storylines are converging.
There's so many storylines between these two, but these two AD carries, such staples for their team. Both ended up in LPL for a little while. They faced each other when Viper did win that championship with EDG, like you said. Just so much history between these players, these two teams, and an amazing first game to kick us off.
Absolutely amazing that we got so many team fights, and hopefully HLE can bring us to a next one. And it's not immediately match point for Gen G because I want more of these two teams going up against each other. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
They do not want to let this go, but I think they might even have to as Canyon goes in, seismic shove. Not going to quite find it as Duro finds another Pop Blossom onto everyone that was left, and then it's mopped up by the Aatrox.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Y un macho que me agarre de atrás, me dice el cuello y me empiece a dar por todos lados.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Como una puta. Como una puta, no soy más que una puta yo.
Stood against great evils.
Uy, no me muteé.
Much has not.
No, no, con nadie.
with us and shake the earth.
¿Cuál? La de Darius peruano. A mí siempre me gusta. ¿Cómo se llama esta? Los destructores del mundo.
Stars finally become our allies. Even you, gentle heart.
Oh, está, el pedo. Anda, pa, Luke. No, güey, es buenísima esa ulti. ¡Uy, la grieta de hielo! ¡Qué locura, loco!
There is much to be learned. Weapons to discover.
Peruanísimo ese comentario.
Techniques to master.
Me avisan cuando vuelve que no hay porno.
The path of history turns always to balance. So let us remind them how this story will end.
여기 옥상에 와서 촬영을 하는데 주변 풍경이 좋은 것 같아요. 사실 프로 생활하면서 상하이 와서 경기하는 게 처음인데 되게 설레고 재밌을 것 같아요.
No, esta moca me vuelve el pene. El pene violador, me hace. ¿Qué? Rico cabrón.
Como dice la cabra Arevalo, las mujeres están para usarse. Después de eso, las botas. No sé qué película un actor dijo algo así como cogétela y luego bota. Todas las mujeres son así. Ah, ya, sí, William Dafoe.
Oh, Tom Holland.
No, William Dafoe.
Ya sé. No, las tetas de Kitty.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2020. I almost said LCK. I did. Because we do have Genji versus HLE. If you missed the first game, what are you doing here? Go back, watch it. You need to watch it.
Yeah,
This
is way. I love my LCK, but this is way better. Let's be real though. That game one was crazy. There was a modicum of violence, one could say.
I would say so.
I would say.
Sí, lo pasó. No me acuerdo que lo
Really
pasó.
felt
Oh,
like
creo.
at every moment the game could go
Sí.
either way, and we're going to be jumping straight back into our champion select presented by Omen and HyperX. The question once again becomes, with the Wukong gone, Azir and Orianna, those were the bans coming through from the side of HLE on the red side, but now they have first pick on blue. Yunara going to be removed from the side of Genji. Now the Scion makes its way onto the ban list.
Yeah, we were wondering where this Scion was going to crop up. Kind of ignored in the first game, but is now put to pretty high attention And with 10 champions already removed, a lot of them being very high priority, he's only going to reach higher heights there.
So is Gen.G going to ban Azir here? Is my main question. Either you ban both Azir or Orianna, you could look for the trade, which many teams have done. But knowing my LCK teams, I wouldn't be surprised if either we're going to see Chovy's Yone again, or we're just going to ban it out. But with the Aurora being taken off the board, it does feel like that trade might very well be imminent here.
Yeah, he could, on the other hand, just not risk it and ban it away here on blue side for HLE. I do kind of doubt that that is where they're going to be going. As far as other champions whose stocks have risen, things like the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao for the jungle, going to be big deals, and the Vi is another big one. That one's going to be taken away here. Both Peanut and Canyon love that champion.
And Bessa
we'll be taking that one away.
Also open. Was banned in game one, and we all know that Zeus is a big advocate for the Ambessa on the top side of the map, but with the Vi taken away, perhaps lowers the priority. We'll see where that one falls. There's the Rumble. So, the mid lane trade. Show it to us, HLE and Gen.G. Will we be getting it? Or perhaps do you have something prepared?
Or is it leave up the Azir and then pick Zek as Yone? He's pretty good at that one. Looks like that's not going to be the case at all.
No.
We're just going to take away the Pigeon Man, and that is going to be there. So, Ambessa Orianna?
Orianna Jarvan as a possibility. Obviously don't love Jarvan into Azir just because of his ability to dash away potentially, or even ulti, but just as a combo, Jarvan plus Orianna. We know that Jarvan hasn't had the most successful time here at this year's World Championship. However, in conjunction with the Orianna is a real threat. Nocturne is another one to always be very mindful of.
Well, it is just going to be that J4 that you were talking about. Canyon not wasting any time at all. We'll throw the picks over here to HLE as Peanut. This would be one of his all-time best champions here in the Poppy, something
Poppy
that we trusted him on a whole lot, but instead, he was baiting us.
Yeah, I was about to ask you how likely do you think a Skarner / Poppy is, because I remember throughout this year, Skarner Azir felt like the go-to combo in the LCK. Right now, he is flirting with the Azir option, and it looks like that is going to be secured. So nothing too surprising. A very reliable, well-rounded jungler right now that has found a ton of success this year at Worlds.
Works in a ton of compositions. Also has been one of the picks that Canyon this Worlds has had a ton of success on. So the Azir Orianna trade is something I want to go back to for a little bit, because it does really feel like you can argue that post-6, the Azir has a lot of playmaking potential. Orianna without flash is a sitting duck. If the matchups were traded, I'd also feel pretty good about the laning phase prospect for the Azir, but Chovy in lane on Orianna has been a menace, as this time Delight does get access to his Poppy, and just into Jarvan alone, that is a nightmare. I do think that the Jarvan pick will have a lot of good picks into when it comes to AD carries. Both Ezreal and Corki are already gone, and outside of Lucian, a lot of the other AD carries do struggle playing into Cataclysm.
Yep, and the Poppy as well is theoretically able to deal with the Ambessa if she's in the same area. Or Cassante, certainly a lot of dashy champs to be used towards that top side. So now Gen.G, difficult choices to make. They will just be taking away their support as well, as the Nautilus is locked in here for Duro, a man who played so well in game number 1. We'll see what he can get done here on the Big Daddy.
And one of the main reasons we've seen the Nautilus picked a lot into Poppy is because if you time the hook right, if you do get knocked away, you can tank the ultimate, find the hook, and remain in the fight. And it's been something.
Was it Duro that was doing it like
consistently? Yes, yeah, it was. It's a little silly, and then obviously having the ability to set up for a guaranteed shockwave is nice as well with the Nautilus ultimate.
So we're looking towards bot and top lane. And Gen.G says, hang on, Zeus, we know you play carry champs. That Rek'Sai won't be fooling us.
Oh, they're eyeing that. If I say expense, they're eyeing that Cassante on 4. That's what I'm looking towards.
I mean, also Ambessa is also another champ that I'm thinking about.
Kai'Sa's another.
Yeah, we did talk about it before. I mean, Kai'Sa Nautilus, yes, a very consistent combo that we've seen at all levels of play. Sivir, though, going to be the option.
Mi amor, mira la Kai'Sa cuadrada esa.
Sivir, very well-rounded and great scaling AD carry, provides a ton of damage as well.
I do really like the Sivir ban here because it's only pickable by Gen.G. Because they have the Jarvan, and Sivir doesn't like being put in a cage.
Oh, no.
So a pretty good idea to make sure that no one has access to that champion. Let's see, is it just going to be the Ambessa ban here? They don't necessarily have to if they want to pick it, but instead it's going to be the Jhin taken away from Viper. Already a lot of consistent damage represented by the Azir, so I wouldn't have minded it as much as I normally would.
Jin is also one of the champions that can play out of Jarvan's effective range, so you're not really at as much risk of getting taken down by him. Also might be a showcase of Gen.G wanting to go for something with a little bit more of a weaker laning phase, and Jin obviously can be a big lane bully. As we will see what the final ban will be here, as Renekton gonna get taken away here for Keen.
I was expecting Kai'Sa to be
That's una
something
pajita.
what you mentioned earlier. I feel as though this should be an easy lock-in now for Gen.G, unless they really want that Cassante. Do they want that fairly stable top side of the map? Of course, with Poppy as Zia,
Yeah.
I really don't love a blind Cassante here, especially with Zeus' room to counterpick.
Sos un hijo de puta. Sos un hijo de puta. Sos un hijo de... Ya todo el mundo ya escuchó 800 veces.
And Kyle did kinda ruin in that team fight that ended up winning the game.
Everything into Poppy, and it
Oh!
it's just going to be locked in. There is
Yeah.
Kai'Sa alongside it, and with the Renekton banned away, there's not a lot of fantastic picks into it.
Wow.
As Keen is thinking about taking the on, this would certainly be a little bit more of the scaling option, but if that is going to be Lethality Varus, they may lack a little bit of oof later into the game.
The thing is, you need more engage than you have, because as Zia, Ziggs, like, you think a Zia is long range, and then putting a Ziggs
¡Ojo!
on top of it,
Se mejoró completamente. Nah, que se está bien.
he's gonna lock
Nah, vale.
Gwen, okay.
Lo están mirá la china a la derecha.
Kill
Lo están
threat on
guardando.
the back line.
Ya
I'm
está,
looking for
muy
flanks.
rica.
I'm looking to make their poke redundant as I run straight towards them and look to snip, snip, snip.
That was not what I was expecting.
Oh no. No, there were a lot of different angles. The orange to me made sense because as you highlighted that, there is so much disengage available. Literally 4 out of 5 champions on Hanwha Live have tools to create space one way or another, and then Zeus will just be off on his own diving in, backed up by the bomb. This is a lot of faith being put in Keen. He was one of our Gwens that was highlighted earlier. No matter what the game state was, could find an impact. I'm mostly worried about Ruler because I think that playing Varus, either a variety of Varus, into Ambessa and Ziggs is going to be a really unfun time. If you get clipped by anything and the bomb comes on top of your head, you just don't get to play the game, and I think that's why they wanted to go for the Gwen to add an initial damage source if Ruler doesn't get to play the game.
Bit disrespectful to Zeker as well, because we all know exactly what happened in the Varus versus Azir matchup not too long ago.
A lot of lore there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
Es
lore
uno
there,
del fin.
but we'll
No,
see
mira la
if
china a la
Zeker
derecha.
to replicate what Faker did, or whether it is going to be
No, yeah.
more on the other side, whether Ruler can overcome his demons.
I just love that HLE is coming in with what we expected, a lot of preparation in this series. Game 1, we saw the Pantheon. Game 2, bringing out the Ziggs already with this Zia-Ziggs combo, a combination that, to my recollection, we haven't seen this year, but it is very long range, it is a lot of magic damage, but if you itemize that much magic resistance, well then, that's Zeus' time to shine with a Zin alongside him. The dive threats are there. We're jumping into Game 2 of this best of 5 between HLE and Gen.G, a rematch of the LCK finals as both these teams fight for a semi-final spot.
Yep, and as we said,
Sí.
go back and watch it.
Sí, pero... O sea, sería un muy buen campeón, pero...
Side by side.
Yo prefiero un fly, la bestia.
Yeah, there is a little bit of downtime, but honestly not as much as we were expecting, to be honest.
I mean, we had a very slow early game, and then we got...
¿En qué? ¿Por sorpresa? ¿Por jugado? ¿Porque le tengo cariño? ¿Por todo?
Gen.G and Hanwha, and it all
Top 1 de Edward.
kind of went
Nada.
right for Hanwha when they were up
Lo había puesto en el coso este. A ver,
times ended up until that point. This team,
te voy a decir varias opciones. Para. Te digo qué siento por los campeones y después los sorteos.
Gen.G
2011 me chupa un huevo. 2012 de sorpresa, wow, me chupa un huevo. 2013 ni en pedo, es el inicio de la dinastía, lo que... La bronca. 2014 lo mismo, chupale. 2015 es el campeón más dominante, sí, pero no lo vi. 2016 es el primero que vi. Tiene más mística incluso que 2015, no sé. Es cine, puede ser, 2017 horrible, ni en pedo, no lo soy. 2018 me gusta demasiado, tiene las mejores skins. Me gusta que no nos eliminó a nosotros, así que yo puedo decir que soy papá. No me gusta que es el primer chino y no somos nosotros. Pero sacando eso me gusta. Y es la vez que mejor estuvieron los laners. Rookie de Shai eran pornografía. 2019 me encanta. Con el futuro le tuve un poco de bronca a LWX, así que eso la baja. Para que lo sientan a su. Pero me encanta. ¿A quién le ganaron la final? Me cae de risa contra G2. Cómo jugaban, era muy divertido, era muy único. 2020, ojo, uno de mis favoritos. Me enamoró ese Damwon. Canyon se convirtió en el mejor jungla de la historia en ese mundial. Lloralo. Ese no puede ser tan papá, boludo. 2021 ni lo sueñe. 2022, si bien es el peor campeón de la historia en cuanto a jugadores, es la épica más grande jamás vista. Y la serie contra Edwin y la serie contra Teguro. Y 2020 y 2024 ni lo sueñe. Así que está entre Damwon, Dragon X, SKT 16 y Funplus y Victus. De ahí te va a sacar 2. No, es increíble. Es increíble lo de Kim, boludo. Cómo se lo sienta. No sé en qué se sorprende, coach. Puta madre, otra vez. Sí. Sería... Oh, sé, un día de Damwon fue aburrido en sí, o sea, cogieron. Sería... Damwon 1, lloralo. Me divertía mucho cómo jugaban ellos.
Zeus, of course, going for the three-peat. Keen looking for his first Summoners Cup after being able to qualify in the LCK.
Y lo que puse en Ecos, Funplus y 2016.
Only recently
No sé.
up his first trophy, being able to augment that with another.
Sí, fue muy lindo. Lástima la final. Igual que la Champion. Champion 2019, hermoso. Mundial 2019, hermoso. La final es una mierda, la final es una mierda. No puede ser. Era el mejor año del deporte, boludo, sí. La única final que tuvo buena es la de la Copa América. Que todos hinchábamos por Brasil.
Peanut looking for something, but not going to find it just yet. As the first Drake about to spawn in 30 seconds. As Chovy keeping the pressure on Zeka here.
And this is a matchup that we've seen sort of traded throughout this tournament. Chovy has always just walked at Aziz in this lane, and as we can see here,
still doing it.
Yep, Zeka down to 100. I think it was Chovy versus Showmaker. He just walked into lane and just killed him. And there was nothing that Showmaker could do about it. It's not how I expected the matchup to go, but it's just kind of how ruthless he is on this champion. And that seems to be happening once again. Only a slight lead as far as CS is concerned. We will be teleporting back as we've got a bit of a scuffle here towards this bottom side. Heroic charge, not quite doing too much as Keen trying to get the damage down onto Delight. There's the hook, but it doesn't quite hit the mark that they were looking for. Zeus still dashing around, trying to find the angle. Peanut making his
Supongo que gana SSG. Le digo Franco esto, ¿no? Ay, qué locura. Sí, sí, sí. Qué locura, ¿verdad?
I love that the bloodshed has not slowed down from game one. Both teams looking to get violent on the Rifters. Zeka goes for a bit of a trade, but that bot lane skirmish, the swap had come through from both AD carry players. The top laners didn't want to slow down. If anything, they'd just gotten more summon spells. The shockwave connects in mid.
Yeah, Choby's still trying to throw this ball around, but you can see Zeka standing here does have the minion advantage at this point in time. And yeah, we do have some backup incoming. Just not quite going to get here in time. Flashes
necesitan una poronga negra, ¿no?
mid laners as Genji set their eyes on this dragon.
A big miss there for Duro. He had hit that hook. Maybe they trade 2 for 2 because it did end up being quite close.
Sí, no muy chiquitas.
Covering to make sure that Chovy gets to catch this wave. Obviously, otherwise Zeka, the combo of the Azir wall with the poppy stun.
¿Por qué no nací negro con el pene de 29 centímetros, boludo?
The timing here will be able to just get this dragon early on. Delight might be trying to annoy a little bit, but they're not contesting this really. And just going to give up the early objective.
Así, gordo, pelado y manicero, boludo, todo mal.
It's pretty interesting.
No sé, no me quiero hacer los estudios.
Because of how far behind in farm he's fallen, the gold is, well, now dead even. Of course, he will have this wave to try and catch, but Zeus definitely not in a bad spot as Peanut.
Yeah, look for a bit of an angle here as Viper throws down Satchel and some bombs, but otherwise not too much else going to come out of it as Duro teleports in with that unsealed spellbook. They haven't quite been able to take this first plate towards the top side of the map.
I really can't get over how slow the teleport is.
Oh, the
you see
turtle
Duro just leisurely involved from running towards top. Good TP though, because Zinzao in particular, it's so easy to just stack up your passive from Q on the turret as Chovy.
Crucify gets flashed. Zeka holds onto his, so
No. Me autochupo la pija, soy la cara. ¡Vamos! Jamás lo ilusionaron tanto en su vida. Si ese rey notó que pongo pausa un segundo, se queda mudo el video y suena
gets pushed back just a little bit, finds the double shockwave canyon, not quite here close enough. But man, Chovy, not scared of too much here in this video.
Ahí está, teníamos que grabarlo. Te hubiese dicho, empecé a grabar, sí, lo que hay. No, pero eso es tan tarado que sí. ¿Para qué quieres que grabe? Y ahí ya arriba. ¿Para qué quieres? Todo llorado.
Less comfortable just because of her lack of mobility. Once that flash is unavailable, Canyon gonna secure the first grub of the game.
Ay, Dios mío. ¿Por qué le gusta esa poronga?
Viper wants to finish him off. Down to 150, but it's not quite enough.
Che, posta, mi 2 game de ADC ayer, el de Six y el de Vayne. Dios mío, no puede ser tan fácil. Yo rompiéndome el culo, jugando jungla, viendo todas las líneas. Perdemos antes que termine el primer clip. Pero de ese. Literalmente jugaba mientras Costa opinábamos de la serie War y es línea brain dead. Literal. ¿Qué hizo? ¿Qué hizo King? ¿Qué hizo King? What? Qué bien que está jugando King.
For the HLE top laner.
And that flash from Keen, ensuring the ult doesn't hit, there's not enough damage, and Duro's there, getting him. I think that crucial extra kill, now the gold lead, is going to start to balloon.
And Keen is terrifying when he's died 4 times.
Yes.
Now he's 3-1-0 on this
Literal.
Gwen. And I know, the matchup has evolved over time. Gwen isn't quite the menace that she was before. With this much extra money, she
Me considero un esclavo de la BBC.
She can buy the extra base armor, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm most interested in
Soy un esclavo de las pillas negras.
how well Genji can close the gap. Because
Big
right
Black
now,
Cocker,
HLE's
right?
composition would love to draw a line in the sand. If you imagine Genji starting on a dragon, they're going to poke you with sand soldiers. They're going to throw Ziggs bombs at you.
Ay, qué lindo cómo se van a sentar a Hangua y van a llorar. Pero mi Hangua.
Onto Ruler with Viper, take 50% of his HP, and then say, okay,
¿Dónde está
what
Viper?
are you going to do about it, Genji? But
¿Y
if
dónde está
Genji are
Viper?
first on the objective, and HLE feels sort of trapped by that objective, it then becomes a lot easier for Genji players to find that collapse. So their approach around these objectives, the setup is going to be very important as you keep your eyes on Keen, who's going to constantly be looking for flanks.
I actually really like this lane assignment from Genji. I don't know if they were the one that started it, but having Chovy in top instead of mid means that it's a much heavier investment to punish the lack of flash, right? Because the jungle or anyone who roams actually needs to go up to the top side of the map, which opens up a lot more cross-map compared to being in mid, as we do see Ruler getting sufficiently bullet, as you would expect in this matchup, as Ludens is done for Viper as well, and that is a lot of damage onto anyone that is squishy, and Ruler definitely falls within that.
Look at this setup we've got coming through from Genji as they just have this beautiful array of wards neatly lined up all around behind the dragon, ready for some potential TP flank. Some of that vision is now going to be cleared out from the side.
Y vas a ocupar la S, obviamente.
But, sorry, from
¿Cómo
HLE.
ese?
But this vision control is just a great demonstration of Genji being very aware of how they need to set up and be ready to contest this dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yep, exactly. Coming up very, very soon. And Genji pretty excited about collecting themselves 2 in a row, setting up for that soul point that has been so important this Worlds. Didn't quite get to see it too early last time around, but this time could be an opportunity to do so. As you mentioned, HLE clearing things out. They do so, but not all of it. There's now Viper going to be teleported on, but it's going to take a little while, and Chovy does pick up the wave, but Viper comfortably removes his.
Zeus, even though he is down gold, has been able to keep it not too far away from his lane opponent. Was up to 650, I think, at some point. But more importantly, Zeus is, I think, in this composition, merely a tool. He does need to do late AD, or a lot of AD when we get to late. But right now, if he ults either Chovy or Ruler, and Viper can ult, he's already done his job.
¿El prota o uno de los protas? Nah, Chovy. Nah,
But he
Chovy.
does need to hit those ultimates. We have seen that with Ambassador. That can really be a struggle as Drake fight imminent here, gentlemen.
Yep. And speaking of hitting ultimates, the Poppy as well is going to be instrumental. Delight needs to get rid of some of the key pieces here on Gen G, because that way they can set themselves up to just take things. And Gen G won't have the opportunity to get in there and do anything about it. Of course, Keen, going to be a difficult target, right? He's got the mist he can slink into and won't be hit away, but there are certainly some other options, and Chovy and Ruler don't have a lot of
Ay, qué pelotudo que sos, Canyon. ¿Cómo perdés tantos mundiales? Qué gordo, boludo. El 2021 era para que hagas el back to back y éramos todos felices. Qué terrible. Tenía ganas del año pasado y el de Edward, boludo. Tendría 3, ahora iría por el cuarto.
I really thought HLE would try to contest that.
El Canyon es muy malo mateando, boludo. Es un hijo de puta.
Given the spikes that they have to actually try and contest this right
Te pide lecciones a vos para
now.
matear.
You look at Chovy's itemization, he prioritized upgrading his boots before completing his first item, which made me think that, oh, HLE would say, first item on our mid lane, a first item on the Ziggs, so let's try and contest this objective. But instead, they're playing the safe approach. We know that they have good scaling on their side, and there's no obligation for them to force anything too early, but if they concede too much, then Gen G could potentially run away with things. For now, though, the gold very even.
And in my mind, I have things that Orc says, because there's a Ziggs in this game. So far, not too many plates have been taken. We've got 10 seconds until they fall off completely. And you can see the lane looking relatively
No se borra más la mancha.
The same can be said for the tower on the other side. And here in mid, it's only 1 or 2 that have been taken. So as they do fall down, see whether Viper can get himself around and start using this satchel to be that demolitionist we know he can be.
That ward is pinged, so Kenyon should be aware of everything that's happening. Chovy just finished his Blackfire Torch, and I do think for Gen G it's a big deal that they have these two dragons, because while there are parts of that comp that skill really well, right? I think that Lethality Varus actually skills a lot better than he used to. Orianna is kind of a no-brainer, same for the Gwen. As you have highlighted repeatedly, Vedi, once Zeka and Viper get to a point, if your engage isn't immediate and crisp, you're just going to get poked down. And I think Halma Life, with the level of play they've shown today, are going to need to be goaded into fights they don't really want to take, and Dragon is the best tool for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G just have to be fast, and we know that they're a team that can definitely do that. You've just got to find the right window to do it. Nice trade comes through from Zeus onto Keen as we're getting ready for the Herald. 5 seconds time, Gen G's in position once again. Resets have come through from HLE. No TP available on Zeka, but he's going to get back out onto the map quickly. Gen G yet to start this one off as Zeus getting that push on the bot side while Delight provide this cover.
Yeah, he is seen on that ward as well, so that should spell the start of this
Ay, me
Herald.
pican los ojos.
And that will indeed come on through. So Canyon wanting to put that one together. We don't have feats of strength down just yet, but this will mean it for Gen G. As Peanut goes in, not wanting to give this one away. As you can see, the Hextech Minefield doing so much work. The flash out of the way, the Mega Inferno Bomb was necessary. Zeus, it's a teleport overextension as he flashes away back into the pit, but it looks like Peanut might be able to take it. There it is. As they look for the eye as well, Peanut will be able to collect that and keep his verdict. Gets rid of the Jarvan, now Keen wants to be the savior for Gen G, and he may be just that, as he takes down Peanut first, and then just dashes out of the back of the pit.
And it is a 1-for-1 trade, but Halma going to be happy with that one because they got the Herald, denying an opportunity for Gen G to really keep accelerating the game, taking the crucial objective. We'll see if they're able to get more here with mid lane turret, possibly on the siege, but they're not going to commit.
The start of the fight is a great demonstration of how
para la rencilla.
position. You poke.
Ahí con un 2-0, todo si pierde, bueno.
is basically out of the fight. This means Gen G's forced to retreat, but the TP here from Zeus, it looks like he wanted to ulti Canyon, who is stuck in the pit, in order to try and save the play. While they do secure the Herald, the arrival of Keen really changes the dynamic. It's a 4 versus 1. Even though they have the health advantage, that shockwave onto 2 with the damage from Keen meant that fight was a lot closer than HLE were hoping for.
And it had no business being, because as Duro went in, Canyon got knocked out. So Canyon wasn't even there. They didn't get value from the Jarvan whatsoever, as
Duro in trouble yet again here as Delight looking for a bit of an angle. Doesn't quite get there, but when the wind becomes lightning, does get the slow. Peanut, another audacious charge as Canyon comes on through. Mega Inferno Bomb!
Anche vedete Game 1 con intensità lo stanno violando.
Peanut says top of the morning to you, and it's another kill here, evening things out for HLE.
4 members committed from HLE on the top side of the map, allowed for Ruler to push in that mid wave, but he doesn't have the threat onto the tower to really convert it into anything. So just an easy pick secured for HLE. And similar to game 1, we find ourselves in a very even mid game.
And the thing that was happening
Espera che Shandin fai dei 15 violetto.
on the cross map we're doing so much. What's the best thing about Ziggs? Well, he doesn't need to walk very far to help you overload a side lane. So back into the mid lane he goes. And this turret remains quite healthy. And so I think the adaptation here for HLE, based on this draft and how they're playing it out, seems to be working quite well as we check out the Coinbase gold grind. And Keen getting a lot of money, has been a little bit behind as far as CS is concerned the entire game. This guy's a problem. I mean, it's 900 gold, he's 4-1-0. We're used to the 4 being in the other column.
It's only going to get worse from here. That is, to me, the strongest part of the Gen D composition. Herald's drop mid, Humble Life really want to deny the possibility for a soul point here for Gen G. As mid lane turret will fall, that's the first turret of the game as well, and I think Gen G have had better setups thus far in this series for objectives. But Humble Life want to try and poke as much as possible as Duro again, getting taken low.
But you can see in the setup, the poke comes through from Viper, and again, they're quite happy to allow Gen G to just start this objective off, because they know that once you're trapped fighting the objective, that's when the Ziggs poke can really be lethal.
And this is now feats of strength. As you can see, we're all tied up. Whoever gets this objective will be able to lock that one down.
There we go.
Already, Gen G have started it. Control ward goes down. This ward in the back of the pit trying to get all the information that it can. They're not going to give this one up without a fight. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be there. Let's see how much damage it's going to get down on both of the carries into that backline. Is now Duro once again going to be eliminated, but Keen finds the backline. Delight to the first one to go down. His Ruler is able to do it. Peanut gets Canyon with the smite. This time around, Soul Point. Cool shoes. Let's see whether they can win this fight at the same time. Great knock up onto Zeus. He's trying to dash his way up, and Zeka finds the angle onto
Ruler. No può essere che... No, che siccome ha otra puta ulti Ruler de SSG.
Gen G walk away with the dragon, but HLE find the fight. A fight on multiple fronts that looks so scrappy at the very start, but it goes the way of HLE.
And I want you to look at Keen. He is most of the money, most of the threat on Gen G. The bomb does a lot of damage to the backline. Duro miraculously stays alive and they get the counter kill. But look at Keen, he doesn't actually get the kill on Viper. If he gets the kill on Viper, I think this fight is won. Instead, he goes down, Viper gets a shutdown, stays alive, and now him and Zeus can cut off this exit avenue as Ruler gets knocked into the knockup from Zeka. Oh, Delight though!
Yeah, we're straight back into the fight, as of course this is a Poppy. And so does get shockwaved, but isn't too worried about it. We'll be now going back to base. Otacon on the menu. That's why we have R buttons being thrown around.
And I really value or Cloud Soul, but falling behind against the Humble comp when you are Gen G, you're going to get to a point where even if you find an engage, if they're not caught off guard, you will just get shredded. Like, just the minefield alone is going to completely blow you up.
But again, like, when it's a fight that's playing from range, I just feel HLE have the advantage. Of course, Varus's poke is one thing, but compared to Ziggs, it's not comparable. And so as long as Viper's land goes on, it's very difficult. And now, especially in these choke points, approach, it's so difficult. So this should be an uncontested objective. But as I say that, Canyon's making his way down.
Yeah, they're looking to fight for the Otacon. They're not going to be able to stop this.
Y yo creo que le metió un perf y lo humilló tantos años. Creo.
Keen into the fight. Down to 50%. HLE do need to be careful. Steadfast presence is decent, but it's only onto Duro, and Delight is already taken down. Viper getting closed in on onto Chovy as Zeus looking for Keen in that backline, but I don't know whether he wants that fight. So close to dead. The Crescent Guard doesn't work, and he's thrown it by the Demacian Prince. Now the Otacon should go over to Gen G. Unless Zeus can do anything about it, it is going to be there, and Zeus also going to get picked off, although he's looking for Chovy before he goes down. Chovy barely survived, and it's Ruler that picks up the kill. Empress Divide used
Ouch.
defensively here as HLE limp away.
This fight was just so one-sided from Gen G. They converted pick after pick after pick, as it felt like HLE, the uncoordination that we saw from game one sprouts up once more.
And it's the mark from Keen onto Zeus. Last time he was trying to 1v2, that doesn't work out. But Keen keeps Zeus out of the fight, and even though this Mbessa isn't necessarily in the best of spots, if he finds an ult onto Ruler or Chovy, they will still die just from the ult. But instead, he gets marked, they are shredded from Otacon, and I think once a double TP comes through, they should have just backed out.
But look at the chain CC that comes down onto Delight as well. The front line is eliminated. Then Azir is rooted on the left-hand side, so Peanut and Viper on the bottom. Chovy gets a good ulti onto Peanut saying, you know what, I can't get in range of Viper and Zeka anyway, so why bother, just kill the front line. Zeus, as you highlighted, completely removed from the fight. And so Gen G just play pick after pick.
And when the Orianna is walking into the Xin ult, you know that's not good. That's not a good look for the fight as he just follows up as... I want a supercut of just Helper's expressions.
Yeah, I know, it's the roller coaster of emotions.
Ai Pino, no c'è pena.
In that room. As you can see, it is 32-4 on the pedal count. So that gold that you're seeing being very even is actually about 2.5k in Gen G's favor as far as stats.
And I really thought that last fight would be so much harder for Gen G to play. We talked so much in draft about the disengage that comes through from HLE, the amount of range that they have to play with, and I thought that as Gen G approached that objective, they'd be taking way more poke than they actually ended up taking. And it felt largely because of HLE's positioning, and it was something we talked about in the first series. Gen G's positioning around these neutral objectives is extremely good, and HLE can't quite find the poke that they need to win out on these fights.
And now, Humble Life, they need to take this fight. They don't have a choice not to. You're looking down Soul Point. I want you to look at the summoners on the enemy team. I think even Keen will have his flash available. All these sums are up. You are pushed into a fight before Viper has hit his third item, before Zeka has hit his third item. Because if you don't take this fight, you're in deep trouble. If you do and lose, you're in deep trouble. And Humble Life want to stay away from that 0-2 deficit. Because even though Gen G was in the same position against them way back in the road to MSI, and Gen G was able to fight back, I think you're going to be feeling a lot more confident if you're not there, as Humble Life, they know they have to take this fight.
Let's see what they can actually get done here. Like you were saying, Cloud Soul is going to make this poke comp difficult to play as Chovy going to get cornered here, but gets out of the way of the
Cazzo, Chovy è un idiota.
in the end though, as Viper is untouched. Keen gets in there, he's in the mist looking for Zeus, but the needlework doesn't quite connect, and now it's him that has to flash away. A blast cone is going to be there for him and Ruler to stay safe, but this dragon belongs to HLE.
And it's Peanut that finds his old teammate, takes down Chovy, and that is Soul Point denying Humble Life, showing that Gen G had to work for it in game one. They're going to have to work for it in this one.
The beauty of these teams is nothing slows their momentum down. He stacks up the Q on the control ward, flash knock-up, follow-up, even though he flashes away, it's that engage from Delight to connect him to the wall to allow for HLE to find themselves another kill. Once Keen is in, the rest of his team just cannot follow. He's forced to retreat, he flashes away, and HLE deny the soul from Gen G.
The fact that it is only one kill though means that the gold is going to remain pretty similar. Crabs being collected here as we do have the Baron.
Wow.
Does obviously look a lot older than that, but I mean technically it is true. As
hey, she's been around, you know, she's
I don't
not
know
on
very many
Summoner's Rift.
other Barons, so I don't have much to compare it. What's a baby Baron look like?
I can't answer these questions for you, Atlas.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. We didn't prepare that one. That's fine. Vedius, do you know?
I'm afraid I don't. My only estimation is that it goes Scuttle Crab, Rift Herald, Baron.
Oh, are they all the same animal?
I don't think so.
Probably
but I have
not.
seen Baron plushies, and those look very cute.
They do.
Yeah.
That might be more of a, you know... Okay, never mind.
I know, it's just a small version, but we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, we could be wrong.
And the Void might just do things differently. You never know. You might go from a plushie to a Baron. That might just be the way that it works.
But you know what won't be different?
What won't be different?
Both of these teams will attempt to murder Baron.
They
will further their conquest in succeeding here in game 2. And right now, both teams are fighting over vision. You can see the double investment of the control ward. That might seem odd, but it's basically to cover as much of the Baron pit as possible. And Zeka will secure that top tower. That is now all Adder towers finally going down. 26 minutes into the game. Just goes to show how much slower this one has been. Not in the kills department, but in terms of the map control. Gen G now reclaim that vision control, clear out what vision HLE have set up, and now the dance begins once more.
Well, back here, as you can see, Zeus moving up to this mid lane, still has teleport. Keen is going to shove that wave in. It looks like Gen G now with a little bit of an advantage, and Besset forced to move down towards that bottom side once more as the pendulum swings back once again. Level 15 for Chovy, so close to that shockwave level 3. Viper with the most gold in the game is great news. If you're an HLE fan, you love looking at that because this guy is going to be a huge part of the win condition. Him and Zeka needing to get things done later on.
We're also already in this game seeing the value of the Ziggs, because I guarantee you that mid lane turret would have fallen otherwise. But Ziggs' wave clear is just so insane, as Delight has been the #1 engaged target for Gen G. Been able to consistently find him with those ults from Ruler as
a ver si Keen hace algo. Porque tiene oro a favor, Zeus es increíble la mafia. ¡Ojo! ¡Bien! No hay que mofa instantánea, por favor. Ah. Matan a Zeus, lo matan a Peanut. Ah, este tiene el ulti. Vale, todo bien. ¡Ah! ¡Bien! ¡Cañoncito, querido de mi vida! Corazón hermoso, el Bashed. Sí, pero quiero quedar acá.
Keen takes things into his own hands as he runs down the HLE support, turning this into a chaotic skirmish, which Gen G walk away the victors. Now there's no jungle on the side of HLE. This Baron will be uncontested, and Gen G, just like that, take firm control over game 2.
Ya me encantaba, pero... A mí me encanta, tío. Pero, Canyon, yo puedo apreciar otros estilos de juego que no sean el mío, no necesariamente... Por ejemplo, Sofek tiene mi estilo de juego y me encanta, pero... Canyon es la cámara, boludo. Es mi pollito, boludo. La única mancha que tiene es la skin de mierda, boludo. Y para contra Jason, nada más.
He absolutely does, taking Viper out of the fight as well. Zeus goes in a little too deep as he tries to work with Peanut to threaten the back line. But now it's Gen G that's in the position of authority. They poke down their opposition. A nice snipe comes through from Canyon, connecting the E. And the frustration on the face of Peanut.
Ay, cosita. No, cosita.
As far as frustration is concerned, is now
ya está farmeando clips para la puta, pero... Para los hay mis niños.
His inner turret is still going to be difficult to take. We talk about, you know, Baron being a really good thing to be out of siege. It's still Ziggs. So, going to get a lot of work done as far as killing these minions are concerned. And Keen probably going to have to be on that split to make something
Mira lo que malo que es Delight, el daño que... No, igual el daño de Zeus.
I don't think Keen has the Baron at this point either. So, if there is just a Mega Inferno Bomb thrown at that wave and it's just Keen that's there...
He knows.
He's got to. He's aware of this particular position on the map. Alright, Gen G set up now for this Cloud Dragon. Delight off to the side, wanting to try and make this helicopter work for him. If this Keeper's Verdict lands, it could be such a big deal. Chains of Corruption, he's going to start this fight as Peanut. Crescent Guard there to keep himself safe. And now the flash in! He gets the
¡No! ¡No! ¡Ay, Dios! Bien, mató a Zeka. Boludo, no puede ser duro, qué carajo. Bueno, Mike Peanut, mi GOAT te tira text.
Steals away the dragon, but the cost was so much. Genji, they're hunting.
Se está muriendo Canyon de rebote.
HLE from getting back to base, because if they stop Viper, then the wave clear disappears. With the Baron, they're setting their sights on their first inhibitor of the game.
40 seconds, initial highlight, Veddy. If any other member was alive, I think they're just Viper that's still there.
Oh, Peanut gets a whole lot of his health back, but unfortunately, Chovy's orb is now doing a fair bit of work, and he's able to put him down.
But the Nexus stands
with
the Baron pushes. We take another look at the fight.
Duro connects a beautiful hook. After Peanut gets chunked out, you're going to see it here. The disengage, the hook onto Zeka as the shockwave connects.
Lo obliga, Zeus volteando al aire.
Beautiful layering of CC.
Lo obliga a soñar a Zeka.
All of that is just absolute chaos.
And then Canyon finds the
estuvo bien el flash, boludo. Se lo violaba a Zeka sin el flash. O lo dejaba una vida y estaba enorme.
If Canyon's going to be able to always find it and just puts him in a cage, you're just not going to be able to do anything about it. 4,500 gold is going to be the lead here for Gen G.
Can't put the pigeon in the cage.
No, you're not allowed to. I mean, they did do that quite a lot.
I mean, metaphorically, in this game, they need
you
Zeka.
should. Not this pigeon. This pigeon's an emperor.
All right, now he's being... they're threatening to bury him right now.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And Zeka, he's definitely not had a bad game by any means, but Gen G, just their team fighting is unbelievable. It feels like that every single player is a threat. We're using a different name every single team fight. But now, the one shining light for HLE is Viper Life Esports. Death cap completed for the Ziggs. The wave clear is monstrous. And as long as some poke connects, there's always a chance for HLE to find a fight. Gen G wisely looking
a ver si termina rápido, que quiero jugar al LoL.
moving over to mid. The split push threat.
Ya cumplió su función del día, la serie de darme la dopamina para jugar al LoL.
Will be forced to divide their resources to have to deal with.
They can move between mid lane and top pretty comfortably. This inner turret hasn't really taken damage though, and at 32 minutes into the game, that is pretty impressive.
And Ruler is basically fielded also in Gathering Storm. So like he is actually doing a good amount of damage here. About half an item away from fully complete. And I think they need to play on opposite sides of the map because otherwise the Ziggs wave floor is just too much.
Alduro may have found Zeus here. Chains of Corruption to land. To be so important, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to buy some space. Man, that piercing arrow got so close. And it is going to be Zeus making his way out. Gen G a little bit further away from their fountain. So I just
Viper
actually used his satchel to proc the spell shield, which is why Ruler took about 60% of his health bar. Just from the
Ya sé, Canyon.
Goes in, gets the knock up here onto Canyon. He's relatively tanky though. Just sending a message at this point in time. GA intact here for the JV.
¿Cuánto
See
va?
how difficult it is for Gen G to close out this game, even with a 4-1
loco, choto.
They've got level advantages across the board. They have item advantages across the board.
Yo la tengo como un choto.
When you have a
No que soy un
champion
choto.
that can clear a lot of waves very quickly, which means that Gen G's priority will be
Loco.
that
Nico lo tiene en el
power
culo.
that it provides with your minions is going to be more than enough to help break apart the base defense that HLE will have.
Ojalá, boludo.
Begin their setup. They've already got
gordo
vision
puto.
around the river. The push in mid is the most important part. Someone will likely be sent up top to put pressure there as well. And then the moment it spawns, I think Gen G should start it immediately. With Gwen, they have a very fast Baron take, and HLE still have to move through this fog of war. They have two deep wards, I should say, as observers highlight for us. So there are ways for them to get into the pit thanks to
¿Qué le roban a Canyon?
Well, they know it's not being taken in the
perfect
control. It doesn't
position.
spot it.
Choto.
That's really, really nice. That control ward flanked by those two wards that were already put in place. Zeus off to the side here as Peanut dealing with his wolf camp for the moment. HLE spread out quite wide, but as we can see, yeah, the Baron is going to get started. Full information over to HLE here. As let's see, that Keeper's Verdict going to once again be so important. Keen on that flank angle, as we can see. Zeus taking a bit of poke damage, but Gen G need to be decisive. Otherwise, these bombs will start to hurt.
Look at Canyon.
Yeah, looking to get that flank happening, but
Bye.
let's move straight back to the Baron.
Ay,
Could be the
no tiene
opportunity
mana,
for
qué
HLE.
choto.
Get that Sun Disc set up. Peanut on that
Ey,
angle.
loco, no
Full
kill.
vision still.
Look at Viper's mana. He's getting a little bit low. The Baron's dropping.
Mega Inferno Bomb to try and soften them up, but it doesn't really land. Ruler already down to 50%.
Luego le tienen que hacer jugar a Viper.
Yes. Oh man, you can see he really wants to kill that Varus.
Está con una ulti, Chori.
He will certainly go in, but the defense here from Gen G is fantastic.
Canyon didn't get out of the way.
Yeah, not going to happen. So the Poppycopter not going to find too much of anything, but the poke
Oh my
is.
goodness. It's so tense right now.
Teleport back available here for Viper if they do want to continue this, but now it's the soul that's in the minds of Gen G. What they want to do is make decisive calls. Well, a whole bunch of extra movement speed certainly going to be helping out with that one as they turn their eyes on the other pit on the map towards the bottom side.
Delight needs to replenish his wards, but Dura's already done that, so he's making his way back out onto the base. TP from Delight comes through from the spell book. He's going to make his way into mid lane as well. It's HLE that have position on the river.
Yeah. Peanut knows what's
Canyon.
going on as Canyon turns his way in.
Ey, vamos, Choy.
Minefield comes down, Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage onto Rule.
Lo
once
hizo
again, as
mierda.
Canyon continuing on that flank.
Zeus
Spots
is on
out
a
exactly
ward.
where they are, and Zeus, like you say, is on
Esperemos que no.
board.
Oh, Canyon, they spotted that ward.
Yeah, King goes over to the side and now is going to show himself. Peanut is alongside him, but that means he's nowhere near the
Uy,
lead.
Canyon. Mira, mira la cabra. Por esto me gusta, papi. No. No puedo creer. No puedo creer. Se cierra un ciclo. Nah, está bien. Se suicidó por los causas. Pará, ¿por qué está ganando Tojawa? Sí, boludo, se quedaron petrificados los Genji. Dijeron, lo flasheó. ¿Cómo ganó Tojawa? O lo empató al menos.
Duro.
Está viendo acá, no lo vi con mis ojos, como quiero matar. Ay, sería cine. No hay chance. Esto es un pelotudo. Duro como se ve. Bien, Rubén.
Viper, no dice nada de Viper.
And they get the dragon. Ruler goes hunting for Ziggs, but he is not found. 5-0. 5 for Viper. How is he still alive?
Peanut is not alive. 30 seconds until he's back out on the map. HLE feel like they have to contest this objective. It's a 4v4 as Duro is still down.
Yeah, they absolutely have to fight for this one. This second Baron is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. The Poppy Copter, it gets rid of the job, and this
lo peor, este no se lo roban. No, para que lo agarren a Chovy. Qué mónico que es Chovy. No, ¿qué más queda jugando Chovy también? Posta Chovy también funciona la izquierda.
HLE come together and execute on the fight. The Poppy ult was good. The Viper ult was good. Zeus locks down onto Chovy, removes him from the fight, but the Baron still lives.
And that was his one drop. Just hit an ult, bro. Just one ult. Then he finds the ult. Chovy goes down, and now this should be Baron to Hanwha.
And we were talking about 1 and 4.
Mira cómo roba este caño, boludo. Es muy caño. Nah. Disputalo, cagón.
From Zeus, who was such
a monster
the angle onto the back line, and that will net them this Baron. HLE, they are not going down with
ya no lo diputaba porque se archaba a los burros que doy y lo hacía frío.
And guarantee us at least 4 games.
These rivals are not holding back with their punches. The ulti from Delight onto Canyon was so important. The engaged falls apart. Chovy gets locked down. The gets sidestepped by Zeus.
It was crazy.
Beautifully executed as Viper finishes off the kill.
And there you see as well, he didn't even get clipped by the bomb until he died. That was just the mines. The damage from the mines at this point in the game with how fed Viper is. Absolutely mind-boggling. And it's all going to come down.
And these fights have been intense. They've been crazy. But the player of the game for me has been Peanut. The smites from the Dragons earlier were so important. In the midst of some chaotic fights, he still managed to outsmite Canyon, and it was Viper that got that Dragon. Being able to stall out the game, HLE now find themselves in this position, and they were
Apostaste que Genji ganaba Sosito, ¿no?
Hit. Halved by his former teammate here as Viper, just making things as difficult as
possible. Pata de mierda.
Now with the Baron, HLE, I mean, they're going to teach Genji.
Hizo de huevo, mamahuevo. Dúo pata, hijo de puta.
I want to draw your attention to some of these.
Chapote que Hanwha ganaba 2-1, loco. Dale, me hago millonario, loco.
Keen does have his TP available. Right now he's just acting as wave clear as they try to
¿En serio? Para ahí, loco. Te mentí.
siege from HLE.
Jijijija.
Very small ARAM has occurred as the Sundisk will be put up. The Genji should be able to stop this.
Peter, para que te des cuenta que no posteo hoy. No sé ni por cuánto más pasó.
But still, with a bit of this Red Bull Baron power play to go, still a minute left, and Zeus is going to help by shoving out this mid wave as well. It's getting dangerous though. It's 41 minutes into this game. If HLE lose a fight, there's an open
Yo sé que Hanwha le va a ganar este mapa a Genji, loco.
It's just coming down off cooldown.
It's a full build Ziggs.
¿Sabes por qué?
And you can feel as well, I think, some hesitation from Hanwha here, even with the Baron buff. They know if
no, loco, porque escuché Penú, luego recién me pidió un consejo, le dije, capiate el mogólico de caño, no sabes maitear.
And these two teams,
Agarra los objetivos.
last time they went to 5 was all
Lo
the way
hizo,
back
loco.
and road to MSI. That was a crazy series, but the intensity of these first two games has been something else entirely, as both Peanut and Chovy, the main characters of the teaser, have had their fair share
Loco,
of
que me debuté, decirle que no estoy a la nada apuesta.
Yeah, and both of them have played for both of these teams as well. At different times, sometimes at the same time, but also at different times.
No te voy a mutear, negro, mierda, Jadi saludo
Hablé
pota.
apuesta,
O no es que saludo pota, pero Jadi habla y digo apuesta, me chupa un huevo.
Juan, viste, hablé apuesta, pero ni siquiera aposté.
Hasta día de hoy sigue poniendo cosas, boludo. Porque te suena la notificación, negro idiota.
Sí.
As HLE now back off towards this Quadra Cloud Soul.
Ah, ya perdió Gen.G, loco, la puta madre.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here as AS Big Shield just eats the entirety of that arrow.
Sí, loco, sí.
Gen.G just brute forcing their way in, but the darkness is so scary. These bouncing bombs, as you can see, doesn't matter who you are, it's going to do a whole lot of damage. The minefield down, the satchel down. Now the minefield's going to fall, but Durok doesn't.
Bueno, bien, bye. No,
They get rid of the Joven.
No.
Soy eso, hijo de puta.
¿Qué pasó ahí, amigo?
As a consolation kill, and the public execution brings Deus into the back line. 1 versus 3, but he's got friends on the way, and the Empress Divine.
Joey es un hijo de puta, boludo. Un cero a la izquierda.
Is now looking to run his way to the other side of the map, as Peanut will find him. It's jungle versus jungle, and Peanut says, not this time, Canyon. HLE are going to look to even out the series, as Gen.G should be losing most of their base.
Carajo. ¿Cómo pierden esto? Son un frío los Gen.G.
Yep, these minions should stay
Lo
alive.
dije, loco. Ganaba, Hanwha.
Structures. As Ruler just doing his best. The Baron is worn off. Mega in front of him this time. Not going to connect.
Uy, linda. La redención de Joey, no puede ser. Momento de uno.
They're like, nope. Get me out of here. We're gonna play this game some more.
We're 45 minutes in. Look at the death timer on Zayas. That's 50 seconds.
I mean, Keen is 10 seconds away. He has TP available. Gen.G have set their sights on the middle lane as Cannon. He's trying to interrupt the bases. They have to stop Viper from getting back, but these are fast boys. They've got the 4 Cloud Dragons. They're running like their life depends on it. My goodness. Chovy, in the face of HLE looking to end the game, says no, you shall not pass. The ulti connects, stops the Nexus from falling. 44 minutes and this game continues to go.
And any other game, I think it's absolutely over.
Joey tiene que meter la ulti de su vida.
Still alive. So your minions will not be if you try and go for this without a Baron buff. Let's have a look at it. 2-man Shockwave.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous from Chovy.
Con esto muestra que sigue en la partida, boludo.
And you could see that HLE was hesitant, but with the Nexus in their eyes, they wanted to try and end. The fans are feeling the exhaustion, but imagine what the players must be feeling right now. 37 kills, 45 minutes. HLE, the gold doesn't matter anymore. Everyone is full build. Shockingly, Viper remains deathless. He has yet to die in this game. He's done so much damage.
Yep.
We're back to Baron.
This is now officially the longest game at Worlds. And it's not
Bueno, comerse la ulti de
just yet. Satchel is decent there. As let's see what the pop he can get done. It hits two. It's
No, lo salvó el piloto de Peanut.
Now Durok should be the first one to fall, but no one's
El piloto de Peanut lo salvó.
It's the first one to go. As now Zayas gets
Lo salvó Peanut.
Amigo, increíble.
Va a suicidar después de esto. Ahí
Peanut
está.
dolió.
La única forma de quedar es era o la ulti histórica de Chovy o que Pino salve a los que agarró Seika.
Amigo, posta, es increíble.
Ay,
Both junglers
no puede ser, ¿verdad?
¿Cómo los?
Fue buenísimo como los está empujando el Pino.
There's too much to track. The ulti
No,
goes
Pino, no te puedes retirar, qué hijo de puta.
good for HLE. They're landing their poke, but then Zeka dives in. He gets the ulti onto. Oh, but the ulti from Peanut!
Los salvó a los dos.
It actually saves Ruler. They weren't coordinated, allowing for Ruler to get to safety. He continued to dish out the damage, and then Keen on the
Mística de campeón esto de Gen.G. Es algo muy T1.
But still has to walk through the minefield. Now he's at 50%. It's Baron. Not quite so much. And we've got the Hex splash from Delight. Let's see whether he can buy the angle. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he does
Ahí tiene.
have the smite angle. Chovy also now having to deal with the Baron, but they
Ya lo mata por la bomba. Se cagaron. Se cagaron entero.
Gen G want to win this game.
Ah, qué boludo.
Gentlemen, we
Pensé que
have
era
on
Canyon
our
aquí.
hands absolute cinema. As
Nah,
the
está bien,
the third Baron goes
One of the
down.
Barons, yeah.
Ya,
The
bueno.
Elder is 2 minutes away.
Dejamos perdido, loco.
I need Gen G to agree that they're gonna team fight for this. Okay? I want that. I feel like we deserve it.
I feel like
this
we've
game.
gotten everything we can ask for out of this game.
It's a very good point, but I'm
Pobrecito. No, se muerde los labios. Y sí, boludo. Ay, mi niño.
Still down. Chovy, no TP.
No, me hace mierda, Pino. Termina llorando esta serie. Da igual cómo termine.
They're now starting to group on the top side of the
Resuipea, lo que sea, pero va a terminar llorando.
Ruler's about to hit the 50-minute mark on Absolute. That's not on Gathering Storm. That's not a thing. That's just there in case. But we're only 3 minutes away. Gen G is going to keep on poking, but we can see the wave clear from Viper remains an issue.
Es que literal.
And gentlemen, we have hit longest game. That's definitely happened.
Bueno, empecé yo con él. Nuestro primer mundial de los dos fue 2016. Luego lo jugamos.
Need to remind ourselves that it is game 2.
No sé. No, pero sí, para acá. Empezamos luego de la vez. Los mundiales, boludo. No, ya se niega.
Yeah, looking for an angle here as Duro wants to make his way over. Delight goes in,
Ay,
misses the
ese
stun onto the dead turret. Man, that could have been a huge deal getting rid of the smite there.
Como cuando se retiró con un de abuelo.
I mean, someone's got to make a play.
Loco ese toto.
That could have been the game right then and there. Wow, some scary stuff as a single mistake with these death timers this late into the game.
Porque es un hijo de puta y lo salvó con.
All right, let's look at the cooldowns. There is no flash for Zeka. That's
Como cuando se retiró
there is a
Pipita y
flash
Wayne.
for Ruler as he just finishes his maul. There is Zhonya's on multiple members. There is spell shields on a lot of the members of Gen G. We have Knight's Vow done for both supports as well. Keen has a death cap. And Zhonya's as well.
Win, man.
All these Banshees doing some real work for Gen G as well to help mitigate some of the poke, but with the range, it's not that difficult for HLE to knock it off.
All or nothing.
Yeah. He needs to stay safe. Chains of Corruption gets the flash out of the Ziggs. Could be a huge deal, and that cooldown is not long. As you can see, a quarter done already. Zeus spotted on a flank angle as well, as now Canyon gets into the pit. Haven't started the Elder just yet. And HLE still healthy enough to fight for this one.
Vamos,
Be
Pino.
so careful. HLE's poke is dead.
¿Cómo es esta teamfight, Juan?
Ruler trying to demonstrate that his own is too, but it's Delight off to the side. With that keeper's verdict up and available once again.
Juan, te comento que ya mataron a Canyon.
Feel that they have to try and control them. Mid is going to be quickly
Pero
pushed in. Peanut
estoy por mi visión futura.
Cancel the light. Genji's going to use this opportunity to move even deeper into HLE's jungle and try and push them back. The Fog of War observers showing for us now.
Lo mató
How little
Faker.
HLE actually see. Remember that the Gwen can basically solo this, but she's spotted in the middle lane.
If Gwen isn't there, the objective take from Genji isn't actually that fast, right? It's Lethality, Varus, and Orianna, so as long as Gwen is on vision, Hanwha knows that it can't go down that fast.
It's a battle of attrition when it comes to vision. Right now, both sides are just clearing out what they can. I'm not entirely sure how many wards both supports have left, but I have to imagine it can't be many. But once the wards are gone, it's Gen G that's in the better position as that control wards are getting them so much value.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to get Delight back home. There is the hook connecting. Steadfast Presence doesn't do too much. There's another chance of corruption, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Peanut on that flank angle, like you're talking about, these bouncing bombs are so scary as we crest the 50-minute mark here in game number 2. And the Elder Dragon lies forgotten as everyone is just looking to get the ideal setup to start this fight on their terms.
I mean, there's a few control wards left, 2 in the inventory of Duro, which is why Delight has to get back to base as quickly as
Loco,
possible.
sí.
The Elder started.
There is the hook connecting here as it's onto Peanut. Can he actually keep himself alive? The answer is yes. Mega Inferno Bomb into the backline breaks the shields. And Zeus now wants to be able to find that angle. Heroic charge.
De Light inicia Canyon, no se da cuenta que tiene 8000 de vida. Se arrancharon a seca.
Out goes Canyon yet again, but Zeka.
Sí, whatever.
And the hook connects from Duro. Stun comes down, but Zeus, I mean, he's Ambessa, so should be able to get himself to relative safety as Peanut looks to pick up the wave here in the mid lane and buy as much time as he can.
What are they going to do? Genji can
Every time, every night, we are alone.
Making sure they get this Elder, which should lead into Baron, which that's going to be it, right? The 4th Baron, the 5th Baron does the trick.
Elder Dragon is designed to end games.
Si no está eso, pelotudo.
Just that, Zeka
¿Cuál sería más corto? ¿Qué? ¿Cuál sería más corto? No existe un cuál sería más largo, Down.
It was Genji that held strong. HLE, they couldn't threaten the backline like they could earlier.
No hay ninguna consigna que cuál sería más largo, Down.
Knocking off those spell shields.
Oh, down to 4.
He's waiting
Ah, loco, pero deja agua, la concha la hora.
Yeah, they've got the most of it
He
to
also
fight
didn't
around
use
this Baron.
But the TP coming in from Zeki, he's not at the start of the fight,
Ay,
forces the
loco,
ulti
pero no
early.
se puede.
That
Me muero,
ulti from
tío.
Viper doing very little. Now just watch the ball, watch Chovy as he sets his sights, the hook connects, the combo comes through,
Sí.
the one shot onto Zeki. He doesn't even get a chance to throw out the Zhonyas. Zeus now very deep,
Me divierto
very
hacer papi.
little as he's forced to disengage.
Locurete.
I won't translate that for you, ladies and gentlemen, although if you know, you
Se posta el olor a testículos que tengo, que asco.
understandable as we do finally see that back come through from Delight.
No, no me gusta.
Exodia about to be exampled.
Exactly, this is looking pretty good as we've got
Ah, mira qué
over a
paja.
minute and a half of Elder still.
Chica peca cani.
Viper, what are you doing down there?
Igual pone que es un 3-0 bastante divertido para ser un 3-0.
TP, he can always join at a moment's notice. The vision control is just so much superior for Genji on the top side of the jungle, though. HLE can't.
No, pero está bueno, está bueno.
And they have the chance to do it.
I love this from Homa. So what
Que
they're
iba
doing is
Leaford.
making sure that there's no multiple
Watch me
ways for
go.
Genji to play off
Go.
the
Reputeada.
which if they overextend, if Viper can stabilize, who, by the way, is still deathless. There's an angle here
Got a
for
new
Hanwha
shit.
to hold on
And
to
the
spot
new
everything
shit.
for them,
Got
and
a new
after a
bit.
game like
Got
this,
a new hit. Got a new shit. And the new shit.
And there's the ulti out of Zeus. Are they looking to just go for a base race just right here? Keen buys a bit of time, but he is now dead.
Gana Genji en esta.
Wave coming on through. It looks like Genji might be able to get it done, but
No tiene minion.
the minion wave is not.
No.
Zeus is looking to stop these backs. He's got a GA and never mind. They want to go for the team fight.
Ay,
Goes
era
Canyon yet
buenísima
again,
Canyon.
magnetized to these ultis from Delight. And gentlemen, this game will continue.
Phenomenal! Absolutely phenomenal how both teams continue to find ways to outplay the other. 53
Watch me
and a
go.
half minutes.
Go.
HLE
Go.
get a pick
Go.
onto
Go.
Keen.
Go.
And the biggest test, gentlemen,
Watch me
is
go.
this new HUD.
Go.
3 digits,
Go.
and then
Go.
they nailed it.
Go.
Beautifully done. Don't expect that to happen every
And
single
the
time.
Elder's
wearing off.
And the legacy of Teddy's not enough. Elder is about to time out. And still 20 seconds on the clock.
It's not an Elder
we
was
need
not
a bigger
enough.
Elder. We must order one. Let's see. As Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's eaten by a whole bunch of shields. As, oh my god!
Reload.
Okay, Viper, calm down a
Reload.
little bit.
There's some wards behind them, but Hanwha Life
Yeah, there's one ward. I can highlight it real
really
quick.
do respect Keen coming back up as...
All right, well...
Oh my god, the
By the way,
exhaustion!
the game is even on
Entrega
turrets.
boca,
It's
Juan.
7-7. Both teams have taken 2 inhibitor turrets. The biggest
Qué
thing is the
rico.
fact that we have 3.5 minutes on this inhibitor respawning on the top side. Genji will have a bit of inherent control. And the Baron is still there for
Le doy
55
a
seconds, even though the
la novia de Arca
is
y no
700
mucho
gold,
más.
and 700 gold means approximately
This is a
0,
rounding
maybe
error.
less.
Junglers have never
The
been this late into the game. They
new
don't know what to
shit.
do. They
Yeah,
just have
what
to
do
keep
I
building. They have to keep it for vision. They have to. You've even got the support item coming through. Oh
Nexo.
my words. Genji, the Baron buff, still 30 seconds left, but it feels like that we're just waiting for another Elder. The wave clit of Ziggs Azia. I mean, it gives me like Season 1, Season 2
this is some
vibes.
Frog and Anivia stuff happening here. That's all right. HLE looking to try
20
and defend
seconds.
this inner turret. It's probably not the hill that I've
I'm
done.
ready
but
to
maybe
the
I'll
stars,
do.
ready before
Remember when we
start walking.
25 minutes ago? Remember that,
I
guys?
do remember
that
that,
did
yeah.
happen.
I think I was a much younger man then.
Right? That,
Yeah.
that did happen.
So young and naive.
I'm ready to the stars, ready to go far, start walking.
In
Well, I
my
wasn't
10-year
actually
career.
there for the 92 minute. That was
Yeah.
Papa and Achilles.
I
So
don't-
this might be my longest one as well.
I don't think I've broken the hour.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever broken
Imagínate,
it.
boludo, ya cuando se hacen full lo supone que se alargó la...
Matchup I was already excited for, but for it to deliver in
The
such an
stand
LCK way as well.
And hey, it might be over an hour, but it
Qué
could
puto,
also be over 3 hours, in theory, because it has not ended yet. But let's just
Yeah, I
see.
mean, all the items are bought.
I mean, Ulti's not in this game. He's the one that ended the 92-minute game.
Actually, who else? Is it only, I didn't check, is it only Ruler that has Gathering Storm?
Que sí, Juan, que ya lo dijiste.
Because the amount of AD that man is going to be getting very, very soon is going to be
We need the Gathering
ludicrous.
Storm check.
Who is Gathering?
Lo vieron, es igual.
So, obviously, we're just talking right now for the viewers at home, but that's because we're just waiting a minute until the Elder Dragon.
Ay, Ruler con Baru jugando cerca de mí. Me está dando miedo. Contra una Seer. Y luego tiene Flash.
They're all just spending the gold wherever they can. Canyon's abandoned wards.
Estaría bueno que creen un ítem que impida que voy a decir tu ulti. O sea, no que te impida habilidad, que solo se iba con ulti así. Se le irá toda la partida.
All that matters is securing this Elder Dragon. It will all come down to execution.
Y el mundial ese iba a ganar.
And to be honest, even if Gen G win a fight, if they don't kill the Ziggs...
Who is Deathless?
Who is Deathless?
That's why the game's still going, Chronicle. We've been telling you this all game.
Actually, that is, if Gen G kill Viper, I think they win the game.
That may happen.
Depende de si dan la cara. Yo ya no creo más en Shen-Ji.
That we've seen them play. Not to mention they can run away from anyone at a
También puede que no dé la cara a T1. Si juegan todo bien, sería la partida con más ahora de todo. Porque encima puede tener un fun fact. Hasta hace un tiempo no. Estaba en contra de lo que voy a decir ahora. Desde que empezó a ganar Liga Shen-Ji, el T1 Shen-Ji es mejor rivalidad que el SKT.
Goes forward. Canyon looks to get the knock up.
He does
find it. There is the chain as well.
¿Qué? Para.
Peanut might be caught out of position. He has a G8.
Que el T1 Shen-Ji es mejor rivalidad que el SKT Samsung. O sea que desde que rebrandearon mejoró la rivalidad por... Mira cañoncito, la cabra, mira cómo se tira cañón. Che, pueden tirar la torre de mierda esta. Ay, Zeus. No, Pi, no. No. Sí, literalmente la perdió ahí. No creo que sea un def, ¿no? 2-0 abajo. ¿Y por qué? 2-0 abajo. Último año entre comillas, aunque no lo haya sido de def. Perdieron entre comillas por algo que pasó con él. No. No creo que
Qué chato que son Shen-Ji, culia.
Qué tristeza, Peanut Seed.
I have ever cast in my life. Analyst S, please take it away.
No te que soñar con poder cambiar las cosas.
I love League of Legends. I love whatever that was. That was one of the best games I've watched of the 15-year history of the World Championship. It's Gen G that comes out on top in such a pivotal game, a game of inches, a game of heroics, a game of never letting go. Wow.
Y te diste cuenta de que me fui.
We were looking at getting close to the longest game ever at Worlds, which was DFM versus IDG, 63 minutes. We didn't quite get there.
I can't believe it. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many moments where we're like, okay, surely this decides the game. But both
Te vas a arrepentir.
good decisions in response to their own mistakes, right? To stop the other team from being able to close it out as we run through this final fight where Gen G are able to come out on top.
Isn't it so poetic that it's Peanut who tries to make the play for the team, but Canyon has the rebuttal, and in the end, it's Gen G that win that fight.
But it could have gone either way at any point in time. This was so close so many times.
And we gotta say, we gotta give props to the man in the mid lane for Gen G. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Chovy actually saves this game. Make no mistake, he did not want to let them pass.
We were getting into positions, we were like, okay, we're gonna go 1-1, HLE is gonna go up. This shockwave with the Varus ult on top of it saves the game for Gen G and sets up the beautiful stalemate we watched for like a half hour after that.
And this is what you need Chovy for. These are the plays you need to make if you want to be a world champion. In the clutch, it's Chovy's that's stepping up for Gen G.
It is, and look what I have. It's a ruler, because,
so cute.
I mean, a game of inches. Viper, who went, did he still go deathless at the end? I guess he died at the end, perhaps, but he played such a phenomenal game on a champion where he has to make the continuous decisions, the zones, the pokes, and actually it's the kind of game that you want to give to both teams, but that is not how World works.
Yeah, and I mean, I really want to talk about these two top laners, right? Because that's actually where the game started. If we can cast our minds back to the first blood in the top lane.
I don't remember.
This Gwen R5 counter pick coming through. Rob, you're literally saying off camera as we're talking through draft, you're like, I wonder why no one really plays Gwen anymore. It's like a nice Gwen angle. Locks it in. Keen and Zeus, two of the top laners in the world, and Keen making such a difference for this team on the Gwen.
And it was Keen who came out on top. Keen who was able to control that matchup. Keen who was able to dictate so many of these fights in the mid game that kept it within touching distance. And Keen's positioning on the Gwen consistently gave the time that you needed to Chovy, gave the time you needed to Ruler. And without him, this would have been a very different game.
Yeah, and the shoe might have been on the other foot if it was HLE that wins, and now they have to reverse sweep, do onto them what they have done onto you. But to stay in the World Championship, it's crazy. This is where legends are made, right? This separates the weak from the best, from who can continue on in this World Championship, and that pressure is so enormously high right now for Peanut. And Laura's backstage to talk to Ji-Sun about exactly what this means to Peanut in our Verizon post-game interview.
This HLE versus Gen G matchup is looking like everything we've seen in the LCK this year so far, Ji-Sun, sadly, but the only difference is that we know that it is Peanut's last stand. It is his last chance to prove himself. From the conversation you may have had with him, what does it mean to him? What is he fighting for this time around at Worlds?
In the past multiple interviews, he's been really vocal that thinking that this is actually his last journey, it makes him even more emotional. You know, he always try not to be emotional while competing, but this year, every single match meant a lot to me. He was like, well, before thinking it was like my last term before my retirement, he was like, whenever we lose a game, we've got next shot. You know, we can do better next time. But this year, things are really different for him. Whenever he drops a game, you know, it gets a little more difficult for him to process all the losses. So, and then here at Worlds, he mentioned multiple times that he really wants to enjoy his moment here at Worlds. So I really wish that he can enjoy this series because we're having a very close season, but having it ending up with a 2-0 in Gen G's favor, it's going to be really tough for him.
Hopefully he can make the best out of his emotions. Wishing him the best of luck. We want to have a series after all. Let's see what happens after the break. But for now, let's send it over to Duro as he gets started with the quarterfinals in Oppo's Welcome to the Rift.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 서포트 듀로입니다. 저의 첫 월즈에서의 무대를 밟아서 정말 기분이 좋습니다. 월즈를 생각을 한다면 엄청 큰 경기장에서 경기를 할 줄 알았는데 지금은 살짝 좀 아쉬운 느낌이 많이 들고 있습니다. 작년에 T1이랑 BLG가 붙을 때 페이커 선수의 사일러스가 너무 강력했던 게 제일 기억이 많이 남는 것 같아요. 제가 페이커 선수처럼 결승전에서 그런 플레이를 한다면 아마 기쁨을 주체하지 못할 것 같습니다. 이런 팀에서 뛸 수 있다는 것만 자체로도 정말 엄청 큰 행운이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 계속해서 응원해주신 분들 정말 감사드리고요. 앞으로 많은 경기 남았는데 꼭 결승까지 가서 우승하도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their feelings?
Acá. Ponete.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
J-Hop.
Play the
Look at the new girl.
Hey yo wait.
Look at the new girl. 10 out of 10. Girl. Killing it, girl. You killing it, girl. Talk. Hello,
this is Saya Quiz. Say one anime, drop the other. Let's play.
Like that, no worse, it can't come worse. It's your birthday. Shujutsu padre. Ah, pará. Voy. Pará, tira para atrás. ¿Qué hacemos? ¿El opening o el anime? Porque ahí sí, Ramo no me lo dice. Yo pensé que es el anime. Ahí se... Hagamos las dos, ¿o no? Bueno, como hago derecha e izquierda, como anime Jujutsu, ¿no? O sea, Bleach en las dos. Un Metal 15 en anime, en opening, perdón, en anime que lo mismo lado. El otro. No, le di el voto de parto. Ah, como opening Quintama, como anime Hunter x Hunter. No puede ser que el otro era la mierda de Arthur. No, me emociona, loco. Lo la izquierda. Igual. Ay, Juan, se me la leche. ¿Es Naruto o Naruto Shippuden? ¿Solo Shippuden? Ok. Vale, izquierda nada. Comparto con vos. No es fan porque me chupan un huevo, pero comparto con vos. Sí. Y te tiran el opening más débil, Violada. Padre gol. Bueno, ya sé cuál gana en cada uno. Pará que los openings son igual de pick y los dos animes son igual de mierda. Pará. Pon pausa, pará. Ay, no, no, no. Como anime, Steingate. Imagínate que gana Steingate, pedilo.
No,
Como
anime, este es
opening.
por las tetas que tienen todos los personajes.
Como opening. También Steingate. Doblete Steingate, boludo, me quiero quitar la vida. Un poco el giro le damos, Los dos, no, yo los dos dan nada. No, acá, Juan. No, 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 qué pedazo. ¿Sabes qué te iba a decir? Va a poner Five Four. Como anime no vi. Como anime vi solo un capítulo de Five Four. Pero. Ay, como opening me encantan los dos, boludo.
No, a mí me encanta más Papermoon. Y
No sé.
Solitaire mínimo me dejó acabarlo. Estaba
Te digo Paper Moon y te digo Five Four para no darle doblete a Solitaire, pero da igual. Da igual en anime porque no puedo opinar.
Es del mismo autor, igual.
El otro lo ilusiona. Ah, tengo que terminar un día esta mierda. Sí, lodo derecha. Ah, lodo derecha. Se hace más. No, bardea el anime. El opening no puedo bardearlo. Es un 10, boludo. Los dos le quedan.
Se la cogen a ella.
Los dos. Opening izquierda, anime, ahí te digo. No, opening izquierda, anime derecha. Lloralo. Sí.
Es mejor que la de.
No, pero te digo que el anime de la derecha es mejor que el de la izquierda. Los dos derechos. Los dos derechas. Me dije que no, hijo de puta. Lo que me gusta. Bueno, anime izquierda. Opening no se sabe. Izquierda, los dos izquierda. Los dos izquierda. Perdóname, Juan, no te quiero hacer llorar, pero los dos izquierda. Los dos izquierda. La pregunta justa es cuál tiene la peor waifu entre Ram y Azul. Anime sin duda izquierda. Opening también. Los dos izquierda. Está más parejo en opening que en anime. Va, nunca vi Noragami, pero... Qué puta locura. Temporada 1, Para eso, temporada 1 nomás. Los dos izquierda. Lo derecha y lo yo a la costa. Qué mal que la mitad. ¿Qué es esta mierda? Déjame leer el nombre. Vivi, los dos izquierda. Qué buena opinión esta. Los dos izquierda. Los dos izquierda porque Oregairu me dio un cáncer, boludo.
Yo tengo una de esta. Yo vi Oregairu como por 2016 en YouTube con una prima y la prima se está burlando de mí por esta mierda.
Ay, con la forajida. La forajida es una puta. Los dos izquierda, me llorás. Los dos izquierda. Opening derecha, anime Madoka. Madoka, te juro. Viste que yo a la primera de cambio dropeé un anime. ¿Te digo por qué dropeé Madoka?
Porque te opinó.
No, ni lo conocía en 2016. Porque él me dio. No. ¿Qué?
Porque mataron a mami de la tetona.
No. Porque me dio tanta pena el hermano de Madoka, tipo. Ahora que no quería que pase nada malo y lo dejé de ver. No, que me pasó el video. No sé qué hago, yo qué sé. Hace como 2 años me empecé a leer Berserk. Me leí el capítulo 1, me dio una paja terrible y lo dejé. Me leí manga. Me chupa huevo, es muy largo. No me gusta leer. Que pelea una puta, boludo. Luego se queda. Pero no le voy a entender con la verga en su boca. ¡Qué rico! ¡Basta, Juan! ¡Puta madre! Opening no me mata. Nah, pero bueno, sí. Qué japonesa apretada. Se parece a... ¡Ey! Un cosplay de Megumin de Mocha. No, me vuelvo loco. Bien, me he hecho como opening derecha y no sé, como temporada me igual. Listo, los dos izquierda. Los dos izquierda, Juan. Perdóname que tenga que opinar bien. Los dos izquierda. Los dos izquierda, papi. Los dos izquierda. Blue Lock. Rica Short. Karina tiene que ser un cosplay yo ya. Opening derecha, anime Spy Family. Pero Zenbusen, bueno, mejor que me pasa en la vida. Lado derecho, sí. Oh, qué opening de la concha de su puta madre. Puede ser. No, mira que mira. Anime derecha porque lo dropeé más lejos y pero open izquierda. El boludo que se comió el baile.
Qué guaro que está el Hang Life GG.
No, es que vimos que jugaba Canyon y dijimos, ya ganó. Che, está raro el guayo, 2-0.
No, tú mira, estos dos, tú sabes que esos dos games estuvieron demasiado close y que Canyon hizo un coño.
Pame, lo huevo. Que termina esta, hijo de puta. C1. Igual que sabe qué pasó si no estaba, chupapija.
Si estaba viendo los games, no estaba en la llamada.
Los izquierda.
Sobre todo el segundo estuvo extremadamente tenso.
El segundo, si duró es porque Chovy es un hijo de puta.
No, si duró es porque Canyon falló 3 semanas.
Bueno, que sí, Juan, y por lo menos ganó, ¿no? Como que te... así.
Sí, también Canyon pues metió guache total, como 3 dragones ahí te hacen alma de viento.
Buen mundial de Karsta, ¿no?
Y claro, ¿cómo va a ser calza bueno si vino de Royal? Eso es bravo.
HLE vino a las ostras.
El aboinador de jugadores, yo los aboino. Por favor, Hanko, ha ganado 2 games. Gana solo 2 games, es lo único que te pido.
Yo gano, porque si la sweepea me alegro por Peanut y meto triple y cualquier otro resultado gana Genji, así que estoy feliz por ganar mi gordito.
Los primeros 2 games estuvieron muy buenos como para que la serie sea un 3-0.
Yo ¿sabes qué? Te banco que este sea otro game buenísimo que gane Genji, así queda determinada como la mejor serie 3-0.
No, yo quiero un buen 3-2, un buen 3-2, 2 games.
Un 2-0 estoy, para que termine ahora. Ahí, mira, lo están pidiendo.
Hanko gana esta peleada, después hay una estompeada de Hanko y el último está tensísimo. Listo, me quedo con esta serie para mi vida, porque Dios mío.
Oh, she did, yeah.
I mean, we saw her this tournament. I know. Yeah.
All right, so as you can see, normally you'd expect double range champion, get that early prio, that would make a ton of sense.
Oíste lo de Pino, cómo troleó con la ulti.
W, already looking to get control over that wave.
Dios mío. Que al final del segundo game.
En el pit del Baron, que ultea y seca agarra 2 y Pino tutea y los
mitigate as much of this poke as possible.
Yeah, I'm very used to this one. As most know, if you were watching from around 2022, this is a pretty iconic champion for this
No,
player.
igual en el primer game, como vendieron a Seu en el Baron.
Qué lindo que se están garchando a Seu, podemos decirle a More que Seu no es bueno.
A Zeus decir que se lo están garchando es poco, le están dando
Seu,
una clase.
el soleo que le clava King level 3. Seu sin T1 no es más que Gingo.
What you're also picking away from your opponent in Fearless, right? And when you look at that, I do actually think that both the
La posta no puede ser tan papaquino, ¿verdad? Es increíble.
to me carry crazy amounts of value. I think Viper has been the standout Kai'Sa in the LCK for a very long time. And then
Este matchup lo debería ganar Seu fácil, es matchup para Seu.
Although we are seeing Zeka as expected, as you highlighted, Vedi really struggling, which pre-6 is always going to be the case.
No, Seu, King burro.
Assuming we even get there. Chronicle, let's not jump ahead. I know.
No, es que matchup para Zeus.
No, digo King burro.
Now Genji have just been
Cohete.
getting the better of HLE when it comes to the team fights. Those have been the deciding moments. As Peanut looking to leverage
Ay,
the bot lane push,
caño.
as he steals away the jungle camp from Canyon, and he's going to secure the
Un poco
bot.
cogida por el padre del K-pop.
Ay, mi 2 veces campeón de... Ah, no, ¿verdad? Una vez campeón del mundo.
Ojito, Taiwán, la 2 veces campeona del mundo. Ah, no, culo en la season 2.
Sí, porque
Es verdad, ¿qué se siente? ¿Qué se siente que Canyon en Guaya tiene los mismos mundiales que tú?
Yo ahora que soy taiwanés.
Sí.
Y bueno, Canyon tiene los
Mira,
mismos
mira.
mundiales. Canyon tiene los mismos mundiales que tuvo Benji en su rookie season.
Con la mafia a tu favor.
Nada. En 4 años, Benji hizo lo que Canyon no hizo en 7.
Hizo China de error.
Así que, sí.
Bien ruler.
Tú tranquilo, que Canyon te gusta tanto que Irago ya la juega en la segunda.
Yeah, his jungle camp clear time
Ojalá.
will be a little bit awkward. He'll have to reset and then path back towards his top side where he'll look to secure that top grab, I imagine.
Yeah, right now HLE building themselves a little bit of an advantage as far as how these lanes are doing. Zeus managing to pull himself back in the lead. No, this guy is pretty good at playing the Rumble. We'll see how it develops as this game goes on. And Zeka is a great Yone player, but you're always just going to have a tough time this stage.
I gotta say though, I think he actually already bounced back really well.
Qué rico hacer una paja que me hizo de los ojos tirado para atrás.
Wave to help his jungler, right? Because Canyon wanted to play for the crab.
And Zeka does have a lead, which is crazy.
Yeah,
looking at those health bars, I was like, well, obviously he's been having a tough time.
Yeah, once the wave is catch, I think it will basically equalize.
Oh, no, Costa.
But what happened is I think Chovy used all his skills on the wave, trying to get push so that he could rotate to help Canyon. But then Zeka obviously won the trades because he wasn't getting poked down because Chovy was trying to just keep his control. And that does mean, like, if you go into 6 with no deficit, that's just straight up winning, right? For Yone, he just wants to get through lane.
Also didn't have to teleport. He holds onto it,
big deal.
walks all the way back to lane.
Well, I think the other big thing for Yone as well is just early on, you often prioritize Zerka's Greaves just because I mean, it's just such a good item on the champion. But you'll notice Zeka picking up Vampiric Scepter because he knows
Diego
how much
Goss.
damage Chovy's going to do. Combine that with the mitigation from the second wind, along with the lifesteal from
Como triunfa el rey,
both the Vampiric Scepter and also the healing he's going to get from his fleet footwork.
Yo me voy.
This laning
Vamos.
phase a lot easier for him.
Chovy's back as a result is a little awkward though, because he wasn't able to actually pick up Lost Chapter.
No, no, ya. Vamos a hacer un zapallo.
Where you're always going to be out-sustained.
No, zapallo nunca, ese zapallo.
Silas is resourceless.
Hijo de puta, boludo, te pregunto, no contestás, bueno,
Estaba comiendo, estaba cenando con mi familia.
tenía un sueño, quería mandar una ranking antes de dormir, boludo. Ya re manija.
¿Jugaste o te fuiste a
Puse
dormir?
Genji.
No, me fue a dormir y tomé la opción correcta.
Perfecta decisión.
Puse Genji 3-1. Con el 3-1 me conformo.
Sidesteps here as once again Peanut tries his luck at the dragon. Some double teleports coming on forward here.
Yo no termina 3-0.
Clyde and Zeka make their way back onto the map. The benefit
Qué
here
boludo Zeka.
of Zeka making sure.
Que posta seca después de 2022 no es más que Vitla.
Trouble though, as you can see, only level 5 for the Trundle. Will have to flash if he
Ay,
wants to
Pinu.
get out, and he does.
Seca sería jugador perfecto para ti. Estoy pensando. Uy.
Tenía el double, dice Seca. ¿Qué hacen Viper y Druid?
HLE also pushing them out on the other side as
No, no, no. Uy, lo mató.
Boludo, si bailaban a Viper ahí me cagaba de risa.
Genji still do manage to back away, but the Bard is lying
Sí, sí,
on
sí.
the floor of the jungle.
Esto era el mayor. Esto era el mayor Vayne Angle que vi en mi vida y Viper tuvo miedo.
Seca haciendo un niquito comiéndose dos torretazos porque
¿Y si Seca es el sucesor de Faker? Da culo todo el año y solo juega bien algunas veces en un momento. Listo.
So as we look at this, the collapse from Genji is good. You get the flash out from Peanut. But the moment that Zeka arrives, all of a sudden the landscape changes because the damage just kind of disappears. Zeka gets the Force Dura out, Viper flashes away to safety. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Genji's just forced
y porque pensó que iba, no sé, que haga. Nah, para mí no, fue el acto reflejo de que flashé. Quizá tenía el aumento este que te restaura flash.
Claro, está jugando Mundial 2.2.
Mundial 2.0.
Caos, ahí está.
It's not, and it's because of that man, and he's already sitting on the gold lead.
Yeah, Canyon going for another drive though. Let's see, the suppression does come on through as Canyon holds Peanut in place, but
Un lagar puede ser.
is very powerful. Chovy in so much trouble.
Un lagar, Jota.
Delight tries to get out and Ruler.
O como no usa lente no es bueno para vos como el boludo de Benji.
Miéntate como quieras.
Tiene que ser bueno con Nidalee para que te guste. Ah, qué raro. No es. ¿Gana serie? No mucho.
Yeah, Zeka is able to at least push Kane away, but the grubs are being
Tranquilo que ahí va a sacar en semi. Contra las otras va a sacar un Ivern Jungla, sucesor de
Me
la
chupa un huevo lo que haga Caño contra Jungle y contra las Austrias. Lo único que importa es lo que haga contra T1. Y no ha hecho nada aún contra T1.
Le ganó una semi de Worlds. Le ganó muchas finales de LSK.
En Genji.
Semis.
Sí, en 2020, sí, en 2021.
Because Zeka doesn't have his ultimate. That could have been the lockdown that would have allowed him to
Mira Chovy haciendo la magia de T1, quedándose uno de vida.
Es lo que viene haciendo. La partida anterior le pasó 3 veces.
El que se quedó sin la magia de T1 es ese.
Ah, pensé que estabas hablando de Ruler, boludo, de Genji.
No, che, Caño, me chupa huevo, Ruler, que se muera, ese pelotudo, me arruinó todo el año en 2023.
This is what we forgot to take into account is the fact that it's just the ruler factor. And maybe his Kaiser is just going to be enough to bridge them to Chovy having 3 items
and he has his
doing way too much damage.
He's allowed to play Kaiser. Yeah, you know, he spent the appropriate amount of time in the LPL. That's what you need.
No.
Just
Paid his LPL
LCK.
dues.
No, can't do that as Ruler.
Qué champ no lesión, loco. Salvo de jungla en 2021.
Because again, if either of your two characters
La tenía con 2021.
La tenía clavadísima el Sion Jungla.
really accelerating this Victor.
So, the only concern I have for Gen.G, and I'll use some language that I learned from my friend and colleague Kadrol. What will Chovy do when a Rumble ult?
El Pou que se está comiendo seca no tiene nombre.
Flash or die?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe just say, hey,
Preocupante lo malo que es seca.
maybe that's what he's
Como ya se murió todo mi piquen de los play, o lo puse. Seguí. Ay,
Qué malo que eres, Canyon. Qué malo que eres.
Pensaba que lo iba a ultear a él y lo agarraba. Ahí tenía que tirar un flash predict.
So that was very close to hitting.
¿Qué pusiste que ganaba Hanwha?
Does have his flash.
Zeka doesn't have all of his tools available as we just saw, so not going to go for anything just yet.
Yo te aposté a que Viper farmea mejor que Chovy este game.
No, 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 no. Ay, lo soleaba y era papeada y todo.
Oh, the W as well. Chovy, I really thought he was going to get his Siphon power up once again, but...
¿Cómo no se va a caer si es la King de Faker? La de
close one there. At the very least, they get the base off for Zeka. There's a small gold lead for now, but that minion wave is going to disappear as Chovy drops the E.
¿Tú sabías que Faker tiene más game de Lulu que de Yone? Y de Zed. No, mira. Faker tiene más game de Lulu que Yone, Zed y Syndra juntos.
Yo no sé si...
¿Jugó Syndra?
Es que eso iba a decir.
Faker en su vida ha jugado Syndra.
Yo no sé si es peor que le haya sacado King a Yone o a Syndra. No sé cuál es peor.
La mayoría de las skins de Faker son basura. O sea,
la primera no se la eligió él. La segunda está perfecta. La tercera, gaga. La cuarta, champ repetido. La quinta, champ con el que es horrible. Todo mal.
¿No la eligió él la de Zed?
No, hasta la de 2015.
Las de la Season 1, Season 2 y Season 3 no las escogió los jugadores.
4, ¿no?
Las escogió.
Ah, mira.
4 no sé, creo que
4 no sé, la 5 sí, la 4 es la que no me acuerdo si queda Riot o no.
No, yo estoy seguro que se las escogieron porque qué miedo va ahí dándole una esquina a Singed.
Es cierto, sí, Singed, Rengar, Thresh,
Pero es eso, ¿no? Se lo escogió Gallo. Faker no jugó Zed en el mundial.
Como siempre,
jugó solo un game de Zed.
Quickly looking, he needs about 500 gold in order to complete his item.
No puedo creer cómo distorsionan las cosas. Increíble.
Pero bueno, la gente no se queja porque está la play de Faker o WhatsApp.
Helps him to deal with the sign better as well. Obviously, Hollow Radiance's bot is
Se muere.
in trouble. There's no ult and Peanut's there.
Speaking of the sign, he's not going to connect as Peanut throws down the ulti.
El jugador más fue el único campeón que tenía 100% de pick y ban encima.
Is just a matter of time before he does go down. That is kills evened out. As even the traffic cone there to make sure that Zeka stays alive.
De las 63 partidas lo banearon 52. Un montón de veces. Con razón no lo piqué nunca, boludo, porque era permaban.
There it is, and so he's going to go back to base, pick up that blade of the Ruin King. So everything working out nicely there for Zeka.
I'm still surprised.
Y bueno, es como Kazain en la Season 4. ¿Quién mierda jugó Kazain? Nadie, porque está permada en esa basura.
Jugó en la final.
Y como jugar Aurora en la Season 6, boludo. ¿Quién la va a sacar? Y nadie. Faltan 7 años para que sea.
I do think in Hanwha's case, though, they should be feeling a lot more confident. They already highlighted the spikes that have just been hit. In Zeka's case, it both helps him deal with the very beefy frontline, but also just makes the entire kit.
O sea, me está doliendo un poco el pecho, sin que hace un preinfarto.
Triforce done for Peanut, and we'll have to see as this Herald fight commences. I think Hanwha Life.
Syndra también, Syndra es un placebo. La gente piensa que Faker ha jugado a Syndra y eso fueron 6 meses y ya.
With this composition, life's not going to be good.
Certainly not. Well, let's see.
Cuando sacó la skin Faker dije, no, tenés que dejar la skin de Syndra, así la saca Villerson cuando gane el mundial.
As he gets over here, Duro might be in a little bit of trouble as Zeka coming on in as well. Keen Does get knocked up as Zeka discovers him from over the wall as Zeus gets on through as well. Duro takes the magical journey, but he doesn't have that for the rest of his teammates. It's
Bien, cañoncito. Ulti. No agarró nadie, hijo de puta.
Uf, qué teamfight, qué teamfight.
Chovy's able to take out one, but it's HLE demonstrating that
Bueno.
this teamfight.
Caño no puede jugar
Ay, no
solo.
llegué. No. No, Caño tiene el control desconectado. No sé nada.
Ay, qué lindo que va a ganar el mundial así. Que costaba llenar toda su vida. Ahora y ahora para igualar a ver.
Ay, supongo que Caño gane uno. Si Caño gana uno, voy a estar acá igual. Es un precio pequeño que estoy dispuesto a pagar.
Pequeño lo que duró la carrera de Benji.
Y aún así más copas que Canyon.
Actually no, porque todas las LSK son más que...
But they played the front to back. Chovy was constantly being zoned off by Zeka, and the moment that they locked down Ruler and removed him from the fight.
Ahora hay buen lugar, ahora hay espacio, ahora las ostras pueden meter a 3 personas más.
¿En qué ciudad se fueron? A ver, vamos a chequear las boludeces. Antes estaban en Wilde.
Mira el daño que hacen todo.
¿Dónde está esto? Toda la fase de grupos y el play-in se jugó en Beijing, ahora están en Shanghái y la final es en Chengdu, pero poneme una ciudad más importante.
Out to meet the dragon about to spawn in 30 seconds. So I want to highlight Chovy's build, looking like he's going to go for that. The cosmic.
Voy por café.
The one that makes you move fast.
I know. I've also.
Después buscate esto, Juan, es el lugar donde juegan. Ahí en Google Maps.
Distorsiona un montón la historia de ese Costa. De que solamente jugó Zed una vez porque las otras 35 millones de partidas estaba baneado.
Toma la historia.
Es el campeón más baneado del mundial, no lo jugó porque no se lo dejaban.
Bueno, la propaganda nazi de Costa, ¿qué crees?
Literalmente es la propaganda nazi de Costa.
Vos, a estos dos hijos de puta tenés que chequearle toda información.
Es lo que me puse a hacer, obviamente.
Hay que hacer varios cheques.
La única serie que lo piqué fue en la final.
No, imposible, si no hubo final ese torneo, fue una liga.
Hubo finales, lamento informarte.
Peor que le dejen 5 gallos open.
Roger le dejó Zed open en la... ¿Qué fue? 2-1.
Ojalá. Fue 3-0, ¿qué 3-0?
Ah, fue 3-0, tenés razón, en el segundo game.
Ay, le hizo la gran go, le dejaron open.
Ya te estoy diciendo, este mundial de Zed, de las 50 de las 60 partidas que se jugaron, ¿cuántas? 63 partidas se jugaron, en 52 Zed estuvo baneado. Las otras 11 se piqueó. Ganó 6, perdió 5. O sea, tanto quilombo para muy rate. Para todo el
55%.
And it was kind of Canyon just watching it.
Yeah, they were not impressed. They're just like, we have hollow radiance and like we're auto grasping.
El del auto raro.
It's like that scene from Indiana Jones.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All the flourishing and the left and right.
Yeah, I know that one. That gave me nightmares as a
Sí, piqué a Zed.
All right.
Ah, pero claro, Faker saca Riven.
Temple of Doom? No? It took a very long time.
Sí, esa serie me parece que algo vi.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the
De que todo el mundo está diciendo, no, le dejó Zed open.
I thought so. Mine was a bit more morbid. I'm not gonna lie. All right. You might know what I was talking about though. And
Truly,
it is relevant to that.
does feel like
Locura este mundial, los huevos que tienen, nadie bañó Zed todavía.
Sí.
If Atlas doesn't go off topic, at
Estoy viendo, pensé que era el único mundial donde había un campeón que tenía 100% de aparición, pero no, en todos los mundiales hay uno.
Yo me acuerdo 2019 era Panteón, lo dejaron abierto una sola vez Fue en el play-in y perdió.
No,
ganó.
¿Ganó?
Sí.
Ah, no, pero ganó, pero sufriendo como Dios, boludo.
De 120 partidas, 119 estuvo baneado.
La verdad que sí, que ganó, pero casi la...
Siempre hay uno. Yo pensé que era raro que haya uno que tenga 100% de pick rate.
Bueno, ya a partir de como la Season 10, Season 11, eso desapareció.
Sí, acá estoy bien. Ornn es en 2020 es Ornn con 90%. 2021 es Lee Sin con 97. 2022.
Para, aclaración.
Caño.
¿Me voy a confundir o no? ¿En 2021 era por Lee Sin Jun o Lee Sin Top?
Lee Sin Top, sí, 2021. Fue Lee Sin Top y Graves Top.
Por eso, Lee Sin era por estar en top, no por estar...
Ay, Canyon, perdiste tú solo la partida, Canyon, qué malo que eres, Canyon.
Coma, pon a Blanc, ya sé que es infinitamente peor, pero me da un poco de ansiedad jugar Nidalee.
Uy, Dios mío, ¿qué hizo?
¿Hay serie o es 3-1?
3-1.
3-1.
¿Qué pasa? ¿No está Canyon?
No. ¿Viste lo que hizo Canyon? ¿Viste lo que hizo?
Sí, bueno, buena de Pino, lo puso de final. Se gana.
No puso.
Se gana con un Smolder.
Chocó la moto el pendejo.
Porque le puso.
No, ya lo había chocado. Ya lo había chocado.
Quiso esquivar el posible pilar.
Acá se elige en jungla esto.
¿En serio?
Te dice como jungla, tipo de buscas Graves y te dice como top y jungla.
Ah, solo jungla.
A ver, voy a buscar el...
Es que tengo dudas, sé que el MSI fue top, pero no. No sé si ya lo habían.
Pues no llegó.
Acá hay jungla, jungla.
Mira, maestro, en Champion está a la derecha sale. Sí, fue solo
Fue solo jungla.
Fue solo jungla. Sí. ¿Tú quieres ver algo gracioso? Ve la Season 4 y mira los campeones de la Season 4. El Alistar y Cillian permaban.
Sí, Alistar 100% de pico van.
Pero mira los games donde lo jugaron.
En 5 partidas se jugó nomás.
Pero mira esos 5 games. Dale el 5 para que vea la Will, mira la Will.
A ver si me carga, acá está.
Ah, y de Sauti no sé nada, ¿no?
Se juega top.
Pero mira la Will, es muy buena.
Trinidad, Filo, Static. Che, estos ítems siguen en el LoL a día de hoy, Igual me la juego ahora.
Dios mío,
mira mamá, soy Looper.
No, lo que dominaba Looper. Lo que jugaba Looper, WQ tarjeteada.
Respeta a mi top laner.
O sea, ¿puedes creer que jugaron un match SK y te pega de 50 minutos y el Alistar top no llegó a la full build? Que por cierto, creo que es la primera vez en mucho tiempo que veo a todos los jugadores con full build en el game pasado. Todos tenían full build.
Sí, lo mismo digo. Fue increíble. Pinu se hizo full build porque estaba con los guardias, móviles.
A ver.
No me cago risa si la cago Pinu. Sí, obvio.
Da igual, tenía la plata para full build.
No da igual. Tiene que tener el ítem comprado.
Pero los soportes tenían el objeto de los pins.
Sí, ya sé, pero,
o sea,
quizá lo arruina Peanut.
Que es una mierda, que no te puedas armar ese objeto como jungla es un desastre.
¿No se puede o porque no da las stats?
No se puede,
¿Lo cambiaron ahora con toda esta boludez?
Necesitas tener el objeto de soporte. Necesitas tener el objeto de soporte. Es un asco eso.
En 2022 otra vez fue Atrox.
Ah, la ulti.
No, esquivó la ulti, uy. Yo iba a decir como porque tiene Son ya el John. Bro tiró la mayor emotiza de la historia.
Tiró Flash R Sonia. Un ataque de
Gastó todo, gastó todo.
Kind of slowing down as far as the tempo of this game is concerned, though, and they do probably want to keep pushing, but I still think that they're probably fine as this game goes on.
Yeah, and I really don't think they need to, because obviously they don't have a traditional front line, but I think that eventually you get to a point, particularly when Viper finishes his fourth
Uy,
item,
como va a callar bocas el gordo.
great job as the saves and burning through front lines. They are playing for the timer on this Hextech Soul.
Va a callar su boca de comida, Godo hijo de puta. No va a hacer un coño.
Well, I honestly think that the game plan for HLE
¿Por qué no usa ulti ahí?
So Zek is about to hit level 16. Once he gets his Infinity Edge, which seems to be the direction that he's going in with his third item, you just put him in a lane. And then you just let him be.
Bye bye, este doy top 46. Listo.
Recogida. Ah, pero ¿y el top 2 ese?
I feel like
work on that angle.
Yeah,
Ese top de mes no tiene credibilidad, así que.
Sivir, 3 items, late game, like, I don't think that damage is a problem.
Nah. Me chupa un huevo. Ustedes tenían las condiciones y me traicionaron. Eso es lo que hace.
La ilusión que se comió.
De paso, lo podrías haber hecho mucho antes, que fue lo peor.
No, jodí una banda y salió perfecto.
Yo ya ahora nunca voy a volver a ver un top con el disco en segundo plano.
¿Por qué sale Bye Bye de los últimos 10 puntos?
Way more autos off, but into the composition of Home Alive, that's so much easier said than done, because there is so much AoE damage as well, right? There's the ricochets.
Fue la partida más larga la anterior.
No.
Igual, Nicolás Ojito, como que van a evocar a Skagner. Le cambiaron los escalados.
Eso no para vos.
O mini wow, pues, o sea, ahora va a tener escalados AD en vez de vida. Ay, Canyon, pero ¿cómo te venían? Ay, Canyon, ¿cómo te venían? ¿Cómo te venían, Canyon? Dame una J, una G, una G, una P, jungla gap. 74 cargas del corazón. Ya vas a aguantar, pedazo fracasado.
¿Qué hizo Canyon para que llores tanto?
No va a hacer nada contra T1. Listo.
Have proven themselves before. Yeah, the players a different story, as we do have rule of.
Dale el culo el año pasado, eso es lo que hizo.
No puede ser.
Que Canyon me parece excesivamente overrated.
But not exactly getting all the value that they want. We have redemption there as well. It's okay, HLE will be able to push out this wave, utilizing the Baron.
¿Cuánto? Yo he hablado bien de ese hijo de puta. O sea, dime, ¿cómo que ese tipo se lo puteó durísimo cuando sacó la PW de la historia?
Let's see whether they fight for this one. No equalizer for it.
No, la peor vez de la historia, ya sabemos quién es.
Uy, cuando Cañón descubre que puede ultiar a la S, se vuelve loco.
Prefiere robar el
Cuando el Costa descubre que la S tiene un escudo que le hace inmune a la siguiente habilidad, se va a volver loco.
Cuando Jokerin descubra que el escudo de la DS ya lo gastó, se vuelve loco.
Cuando Rule descubra que si no se suicida tiene más chance de ganar, se vuelve.
Cuando Cañón descubra lo que haga el Flash, se vuelve loco.
Che, el peor game de los 3 con diferencia.
Porque está un perro, boludo.
Bueno, te decía que se pegó bien con diferencia.
No me gustó que se haya piqueado Poppy tan rápido y menos que haya perdido, boludo.
Si me das 2 games peleados, yo me callo este game y sigo diciendo mejor serie de la historia.
Sí, nada, puede sobrevivir con este game.
El primer game, ¿qué onda?
Muy lindo.
Muy peleado, muy lindo.
Y el 2 lento así, para las viejas épocas.
El 2 parecía final del mundo, no querían hacer un coño.
Literal.
Bailando por bailar. El 1 es que tuvo muchas kills para muy poco tiempo.
Duro and Ruler are just dying to poke. It's like one
Vayamos a atar
Uy,
a
King, chocaste la moto.
no me asiento en el corazón. Y conmigo te doy en los pies.
Both their carries are either flashless or dead. And if
Ay,
only
no se puede solo cañón, no pasa nada.
Llorarás,
Porque
hay uno que está atrás en la silla ahí como si tuviera castigado. Ese coach.
Dijo, no creo, ¿no?
we're looking good.
Ay, yo veo la captura de Alex y me quiero matar.
3-1, yo creo que todos pusimos 3-1 en las predicciones de los cuartos.
Sí, para Hanwha.
Ah, bueno.
No, posta, qué buena paja me hizo, boludo.
No creo, ¿no? En el reverse.
Uy. Ojo. Nah, como lo toma. Qué
Mira,
grande.
ahí lo ultió a la SSG.
¿Y qué hizo el equipo? Nada, 1 de 9. Como siempre.
And HLE, we'll see whether they can clear this last one out. They're not quite able to on this push. They have another wave coming in. The exhaust comes down. There's a great
Mira el burro que tiene por midlane este tipo. No.
Big up.
No.
Listo. Esto es contrato de Sega por otros 2 años.
Es linda, boludo. Abrí la miniatura del video que te pasé. Porfa, qué cara de putita. Dios, no, putita no, trolita. Se renegó.
So far, HLE have given us the most dominant game of this series. Definitely question marks around the draft that Genji brought into game 4, but HLE punished them aptly. And
Luego la llamada, porque las series están mejor cuando yo no estoy en la llamada. Como que la cagué yo.
Me chupo oído, ni lo vi. Saca.
Ah, ya salió.
Pone Idol. Pone canal. El canal, pelotudo. Mira la miniatura de la cara de putita.
But they wake up,
Rico.
and I think
Voy a
waking
escuchar.
up is probably not the right word, Rob, because they've been incredibly close in all.
Uf. Los juegos durísimos. Los juegos durísimos. Nada, voy a aprovechar que está viendo aquí. Voy a aprovechar, ya venga.
Lo da mucho. Buenas tetas esa. Los dos Fate. Posta, no me puede gustar tampoco Fate. Es increíble. Oh, dos derechos. Con la verga en la mano, lo veía. Qué buenas tetas, por favor. Los dos izquierdos. A ver, el rarito, dale Juan.
Esta holdea hasta que venga el Veneco.
Ah, no, pa. Si no va a venir, nada. Es la... Fíjate cuál es. No, boludo. ¿Cuál duelo es? Por Dios. Es una hora que no tornar. No, no, o sea que... Cuestión y anime, claro. Ay. Ya, obvio, lo de toda mierda. De izquierda no sé. Opening derecha, anime. A ver si izquierda falta ver Erase. Seguramente mejor de Erase, pero Lado derecho. Mira yo la costa. Che, que tu puto padre. Un hambre. Me chupo un huevo, no pienso ni votar. Si ponía el otro opening. Como un construido, como anime, me da igual, no vi ninguno. Los dos tienen buena pinta, siempre lo pensé. Le puede ganar a alguien este opening, a mí me gusta, dentro de todo. ¿Cuál es la derecha? Yo qué sé, no sé izquierda, no tiene icono, pero muy aburrido Tokyo Revengers, muy aburrido.
Es una basofia Tokyo Revengers. Y te lo digo como alguien que terminó el manga.
¿O también?
Una poronga.
Los dos derechos, Qué lindo ver hombres en cuero, boludo.
El Blue Lock está hecho para gente que no le gusta el fútbol, efectivamente.
Los dos derechas.
La derecha.
Para mí tenía... ¿Sabes qué debe ser? Monogatari, boludo. Coge con el copyright. Todo derecha. Esta mierda. Sí, va a ser. Mira el Link. Mira el Link. Otra vez. Gaga.
¿Te imaginas? No lo mostraba de vuelta.
Esa de la derecha. Por la teta de la cornuda, eso no vamos a ver. Sí. Qué opininas.
Temazo, qué temazo.
Ahora es igual a mi... La piba. Izquierda la da.
Hace mucho no escucho la peña de Lake Nikki.
Izquierda anime, derecha el opening. Es muy bueno este opening, lástima el anime mierda.
No, está bien, Natsu no te es una falla en la humanidad.
Ay, un día quiero ver Mochi, boludo. Izquierda la opening, derecha el área. ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Se garcha Pokémon helado. Sin duda. Los dos se quedan.
Thanks for playing. Give a like and subscribe.
Pone. Busca dónde se juega. Anda Maps y pone lo que te pase. Vamos a lo de afuera. Google Maps, pone pajero en Discord. Pone Maps. Ay. ¡Ay, sos un idiota! ¡Pone Maps! ¡Escribí Maps! ¡Escribí Maps! Escribí Maps, no pongas Google Maps. No puedes estar down, escribí Maps y listo. Pero pone todo lo que te pasé, no pongas chendo, idiota. 80 cosas te pasé. Ahí se juega, el campo se juega. Tira el pibito, hijo de puta.
Tal vez no lo tenga, Nico. Nico, tal vez no lo tenga. ¡Es China!
Pone caps. Pone capa. Ya hablo en inglés. Ahí. ¿Dónde?
Claro, porque vos paseaste por ahí y no lo reconoces.
Claro.
En los árboles, boludo.
Sport Park, no.
Ah,
Fíjate
parque
cómo...
deportivo, es gigante ese lugar seguramente.
Sí, pero ¿dónde es el lugar? ¿No es el de arriba? ¿No es eso? Sí, ahí está, es ahí. Es ahí. A ver, pero tira el negrito, Juan querido. Abajo, el amarillo, abajo a la derecha. Abajo derecha. Abajo derecha, eso es izquierda, amigo. Abajo derecha. Dios.
¿Ves? Te dije, no hay, es China.
Ay, yo qué sé.
No, te tiene que marcar en azul donde se puede tirar. Intenta pasar el de Google Maps y el gobierno chino dice
Poronga.
no existe, es como Corea del Norte, Chira.
Final sin mérito.
Final sin mérito.
¿Se juega en Madrid la final? ¿Cómo?
O va a perder Boca.
Ay, no puede ser. Me volvió a salir este video, me quiero matar. No, vamos, Ham. Bueno, me había olvidado.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. This is our first best of 5 of the knockout stage. Gen G retains match point, but HLE have managed to find a nexus in our third game. The fourth, it could be a timeline returning from the LCK final, but I think most of us hope that it's not.
And honestly, gentlemen, I couldn't have asked for better casting partners to cast a phenomenal series because it's been absolutely action-packed. You two have been absolutely on point, and I'm hoping, for our sake, we get a Game 5, but I know that Gen G wants to end things
¿Y si Riot hubiese suspendido el Mundial de 2020 por la pandemia?
A mí ya me molesta que hayan suspendido el MSI ahora. Es como un mundial, un año, no sé. O sea, Riot hace muchas pelotudes. Osta tiene esos ataques de autismo.
See whether HLE can capitalize on it, as the Kiana is going to be taken away from Canyon. An interesting ban because he hasn't found a lot of success on it, but obviously he has been putting a lot of time into the champ.
This Galio, I think, is a still very important pick. HLE have put a big focus on taking it away from Chovy, and I feel like they have to keep doing that because the moment that it becomes open, I have this instinct that Gen G will want to grab it, so I imagine Galio will join the ban table next. Kiana already been removed from the side of HLE, and there it
Qué mole las sedes de los torneos, boludo. Siempre son iguales. Corea, Estados Unidos, Europa.
Si Chovy gana 2 mundiales, es más que Showmaker.
No. Mirá, boludo, por Dios, me salió el video de Duro hablando
Seca, que estoy diciendo Chovy. Seca casi gana otro mundial, es más que Showmaker.
Ya es más que Showmaker.
Mirá.
El 3-1 más obvio de toda la historia.
Se viene el Smolder para Chovy.
Me ganas ahí seco. Asterisco 2 segundos, man. Trino, güey, de SKT.
That did happen. Well, I wouldn't say stole, you did volunteer it.
Well, I mean, a 10k gold lead should not be.
Por Dios, qué bronca que me da que esté tan mal acomodado el coso de los piqueos en medio, boludo.
Ok, mira, una cosa. Puedo entender que te quejes del 35 de ping.
Sí, eso sí, o sea, sí, pero bueno, está bien. ¿Cuál es el otro?
Quisieron el 2021.
No sé, boludo, no sé, te juro, no sé. Ya robamos por todo, no sé.
I mean, they're gonna have to lock the dragon here if they want it. Oh, no, I mean, not necessarily, but theoretically, Chovy could pick it away.
Aurora is also open.
Yep. It's a big deal. Maybe the Aurora trade is going to be the option here, as Zeka both play this champion very, very well. Peanut.
Also, junglers, like, the pool is getting pinched. Yeah, Nocturne.
Oh, the Aurora.
La Aurora Necton más fría de la historia.
Not quite the same wombo combo, but it'll get the job
Vamos a ver un Blue Valentine. No, pajear con Bye.
Well, I Peanut. Hicieron a Peanut on money.
¿Qué te gustó de Bye a vos, Yuki?
Pelo corto.
Y el culito ese de Randito.
¿Dónde están las cosplay de Yunara, Guayo? No jodas.
Then you always look at like what is Lulu good with, but a lot of the best skirmishing junglers in the meta have already been taken out, right? The Lulu's in.
Sí, verdad, anoche jugaron el deporte de hoy, el béisbol. 18 innings. Dios mío, ¿cuánto duró esto?
Aurora is still flexible, so this is the only opportunity for Zeka to slam a Sylas, but blinding Sylas into Chovy feels really bad. So I would imagine that they go for something a little bit safer.
No.
They needed to lock it in here.
We'll figure it out. If this love is so good.
Mira ese draft de mierda.
El Smolder no era para Chovy.
Mira ese draft de mierda.
You always be my blue. Valentine.
They can play Smolder into the Casante, and then they can just have a, I mean, I'm assuming this Aurora is mid.
Dios mío, cuando me levanté se quedan jugando.
A completely fine pick that they can have act in the 2 versus 2.
7 horas tardaron en jugar.
As we move into the second phase of bans, naturally Genji will target that support pool, as HLE want to mitigate mid lane options. Ari going to be one of the champions taken off.
When you feel it out, and you feel it now.
That is a sign that Zeka is playing this Aurora. I do think.
Doesn't matter.
Which does still provide a ton of value at this point, and something that Humble Life could go towards.
If this love is over.
Dios mío, con razón.
Even though there is clear signs that Aurora's going to go in, I think Zeka Silas is for a very good reason.
No, qué grande el béisbol, no jodas.
Con el venezolano promedio.
O sea, tu amigo el que le apuesta a que timbea por deportes raros.
No, Nicolás, ¿sabes qué? Me fui a dormir como a las 2 de la mañana, más o menos, aquí en España.
Sí,
A esa hora,
si era acá en Argentina, estaba solo.
a esa hora empezó el juego de béisbol, el partido. Y me levanté a las 9, más o menos. 9, no, 8, ¿verdad? Que esta mierda tengo que atrasarlo una. La puta madre del cambio de horario. Bueno, me levanté como a las 8 y seguían jugando el partido de béisbol.
Montón.
Se acabó como a las 9:30, jugaron 7 horas.
No sé, es que vos me podés decir que es lo que dura un partido promedio, te creo, no tengo ni idea cuánto.
No, el partido de béisbol promedio dura 2-3 horas, pero este duró 7 horas.
¿Por qué?
Porque en béisbol no hay empate.
Ah, mira, se largó de equidad.
Un buen deporte.
Juegan hasta que alguien lo desempate.
Just having the ability to set up for dives of the Aurora, as well as provide Smolder with easy ways to either stack or call his mom for help.
Y yo me levanto y yo dije, oye, pero el partido se habrá atrasado. Ahora empezó a las 5, una mierda, empezó a las 2. 7 horas.
Pero juegan todos los días.
¿Qué gritaron? No estoy viendo. Nidali. ¡Ay! ¡Chao, Benji!
Peanut, hazlo, Peanut.
¡Chao, Benji!
Hazlo, Peanut.
No se esperó a Game 5, Gaño. ¿Sabe que se termina acá?
Desintegra este fraude, Peanut, hazlo.
¡Chao, Benji!
Chovy.
Buena, Nidali.
Chovy gana mundial con otro juego, la me vale mierda.
Benji ese go, ¿por qué? Porque le ganó a Pinu con Nidali. Bueno, acá lo tenía go. Va a rezar la historia.
Mira, Canyon podrá tener el mejor win del Star con Nidali, y aún así, cuando le preguntas a la gente un game de Nidali, te dirán...
El de Funkido cuando me garchó a mí en el torneo.
Ox contra T1 2016.
A mí me gusta más la de Heren contra Cloud9.
Coño, mira, Zeus si tiene bolas y saca el pick, no como el cagón de Vin.
Ah, entonces pará, el mod es para Viper. Yo me estaba haciendo unos líos.
Que vuelva al LSS, loco. Tenía aura el nombre del torneo.
O sea, que se lo haya ganado a Europa.
Ay, puse el Tesla mal, estoy cogido.
No, pero que va a volver, así que...
¡Vamos! No vi nunca un partido de la LSS.
Y no lo pienso hacer.
Y no pienso hacer. Que va la LLA, loco. Creo que la única serie que vi de latinoamericana fue una final del 2015 que había siempre, que era Chaos Latin Gamers contra...
Chaos Latin Gamer, Chaos Latin Gamer, hacía tiempo de que no escuchaba el nombre completo.
¿Cuál era el otro?
Isurus.
Lion.
No era Isurus. Lion Gaming, ahí está.
No vas. ¿Cuál es el momento más icónico de Latam? ¿El 3-0?
Sí.
O el
de Latam entre Latam, tipo...
Sí. Si yo digo ligo, dices
le iría más el... Va, no sé. Sería 3-0, no sé. Che, hay una chinita. Mira esa chinita. Ay, no. Me estoy volviendo loco.
No va a ser ni 3-2 ni 3-1, va a ser 3-0 y a casa.
Esto siempre se lo dije a Jumpy. Latam, lo único bueno que tiene es que al ser tan malo, las finales son entretenidas.
No, it's not. It's a really good-looking comp. It's not weird at all. Because also I'm just you do love Nocturne though, so I'm glad you.
Fue en la final de 2015. Que está White Lotus. Y quedó Vaine. Mientras el equipo estaba perdiendo, Vaine se fue a farmear top. Y los casters decían, oh, esto es lo que hace Lotus. Economiza, ahí se va a una sideline a farmear. Cuando vuelve,
Economiza.
te juro, no volvió más.
Emotiza.
Y cuando
Uy,
vuelve,
Costa. Uy, Costa, ni dale, uy, Costa, uy, Costa. Cómo se le acaba el curro a Benji.
A Benji se le queda acá, se le está acabando el trabajo hace varios años y ya está retirado. Así
Se le
que...
están rompiendo los dedos a Benji de lo cruzado que lo tiene rezándole a Pino, boludo.
acá lo encontré, Latinoamérica Cup. Latinoamérica Cup. ¿Qué carajo se ponía a ver?
Como la LSK.
3-1 para KLG fue.
Posta, no hay nada más peruano que pelearse entre el LAN y la A, boludo. No, el LAN es mejor. Oye, güey. ¿Qué hace? ¡Mira Chovy! ¡Mira Chovy! ¡Mira Chovy! Es lo que tiene que sufrir el hijo de puta de Caño. Mirá el mid de mierda que tiene. ¡Ay, ay! ¡Es un mundial! ¡Me estoy muriendo!
El único import fue de las. Creo que ahí se queda la discusión.
Boludo, es un mundial y Chovy se suicida solo.
¿Qué cosa dijiste, Yukirin?
Que el único jugador latino que se fue de Latinoamérica fue de las.
No, no fue de las. Para nada. José de Odo no estaba jugando LOL y ya había alguien de LAN en el mundial.
Ah, el venezolano de mierda
Uy, ¿cómo voy a atracar con Krums leyenda?
¿Qué dice acá? Country of Dirt Argentina. Ah, ya me parecía.
Pendejo, cuando José Dodo en qué season llegó a Norteamérica.
País de nacimiento Argentina. Argentina. ¿Es LAS o LAN?
LAS.
Europa,
Argentina no es ni LAS ni LAN. Ah, mira.
Qué rica pajita.
Which Riot nerfed into the ground after justifiably a pro or two picked up my.
It was a problematic champion.
No, it was fair, balanced, and enjoyable for the whole family.
I think it was just a
missile. In any case,
it was a missile.
I have many fun facts about Nocturne, so if either of you are interested, please don't hesitate to ask.
Are we talking what is the best Nocturne skin?
The best Nocturne skin. That's the second best.
What is Uy, ¿cómo gana esto?
The best Nocturne skin.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. The sound effects are glorious.
I'm Team Spooky. Yeah, Spooky. It's just so.
Bien, Yukirin, ya que estás buscando, busca Season 2 Mundial Dignitas para que veas el verdadero import de Latinoamérica.
Me quedé pie. O como le decían los pibes, y Mactipié.
Y Mactipié. ¿Quién hizo eso?
Ni siquiera clasificó Dignitas.
¿Tú eres autista? ¿Cómo que no clasificó?
No clasificó.
A la Season 2.
Me lo mete ahora, Cota.
Y acá está.
Dale, hasta el ciego, pedazo pendejo. Yo solo voy a decir cuando José Dodo juegue la LSK, ahí lo comparamos.
Pero
no le dio ni para jugar en la LS eso.
Estás diciendo lo mismo que dije yo. Es de LAS.
Sí, pero no, es de LAN.
Venezuela es de LAS. Está en Latinoamérica Sur. En la parte de arriba del sur de Latinoamérica.
Ah, no, a mí no me des eso.
En mi escuela sí da geografía, querido.
Hey, la dan mal entonces.
Uy. Otra vez soleado. Ay, Dios, tiene una barreta seguro. Che, ¿quién lo tiene de nieto, boludo?
Y la sorpresa.
No, ninguna.
Yo me fui a jugar al FIFA, vi ese molde y abrí el FIFA. No pienso ver esto.
He wants to get a juicy base
off.
Just
one more wave. Come on.
Just one more wave. Oh, the cannon.
Oh, Zeka picks it up.
Nice zoning there from Cho.
Todas las líneas igualadísimas en oro y la doble.
300.
Okay, but the Q3 has
400.
He will get a tower plate, so a little bit of extra gold.
Encima Camille relativamente bien contra.
O sea, esto no es un matchup bueno, esto no es un counter para Casante, o sea.
Che, posta, Chovy es un hijo de puta, boludo. Se lo están violando a esta serie. Qué pecho frío de mierda.
Aunque violando esta serie, Game 1 Masterclass.
No, ni me acuerdo, fue hace un montón. ¿No para acá? ¿Qué juego el Game 1?
No me acuerdo, fue hace un montón. El Game 2 duró 8 años.
Asir jugó Coso.
Así
No,
jugó
así
Second
fue
Game 2.
de Game 2. A ver, por lógica. Galio no fue.
Está fácil, Nicolás, está fácil.
Oriana fue en el Game 2. ¿Lo viste?
Sí.
Oriana fue en Game 2. Y tampoco me acuerdo qué jugaron recién. Salud.
Es el calvo, jugó Ice.
¿Jugó Rice en Game 1?
Sí, Ice.
No.
Sí.
¿Qué jugó Seca?
Talilla.
La Talilla sí me acuerdo. ¿En serio? Ah, sí. Creo, no sé.
En el Game 1 que hubo varias veces que Duelo y Chovy quedaron 2 vs 5 y mataban a 3.
De Flash W al Alistar de Laina.
No es serio que Talilla tenga 2% win rate.
Ay, Dios, boludo. Caño me intenta, pero mira el
Boludo.
fracasado que tiene ese.
Datazo, Canyon tiene la misma cantidad de ganks que mundiales tiene The Light 0.
Best coverage. Peanuts there. Spots out this ward, knows that it's there, is unable to clear it just yet. As Canyon shares some of his late gold.
Yeah.
Okay. So the experience
Que se arma de primero, supongo que se armará de primero Liche, ¿verdad?
No sé, más raro.
Liche o el otro, ¿cómo se llama?
El relicario sangriento se arma.
No, la vara del...
¿Vara de las edades, inviable?
No, vara de las edades, no, la... El coso de electricidad, me olvidé el nombre, boludo.
La tormenta,
la descarga tormentosa, eso sí.
Puede ser.
Por lo general los asesinos jungla pesa hacen eso de primerita.
No, mira que jungla, por Dios. Quédate.
Es que el Liche, los junglas que usan Liche les va demasiado bien.
Eso es cierto. Encima limpia cambia mucho la... No, pero sí son...
Cristal
de rubí.
Es que eso, solo Aro, por eso dije que no se está haciendo.
El Liche
no tiene rubí.
El Liche no tiene rubí.
No sé, no tengo ni idea yo.
Pero Tobel.
Puede ser.
Sí.
Pero Tobel.
Pero Tobel con Nidali, no es como que...
No, está bien.
cocinando.
No sé, ¿qué se hizo? ¿Qué se hizo Benji en la Season 5? Así le copié la vida.
Creo que no existía el Protobel también en la Season 5.
Nah, pero sí existía. Se hizo ecos únicos. El mejor objeto de jungla de la historia. Devuélveme mis objetos de jungla. Yo quiero tener un objeto que solo me da velocidad de ataque y más nada.
Se hizo devorador.
Devorador de pene se hizo Benji.
¿Qué objeto hermoso eran los objetos de jungla?
Sacaron el aura a la jungla de que se pueda jugar cualquier campeón.
Se hizo ecos únicos, vacío, Uilai, Ionia, o Abaddon y... Bastón abisal. Uy, el bastón abisal.
So the awkward thing for HLE is they sent their bot lane to top, which meant that they weren't really in a position.
Estoy viendo el game de T1 contra Dox, el de la Nidali, duró 42 minutos.
Partida rápida. Sí.
Y en ese tiempo a Gorilla solo le dio tiempo de armarse un Liandry y más nada.
Se decidió en el early, sí.
Muchos ítems.
Por algún motivo Wolf decidió vender el objeto de soporte, como que no le gustaba.
Play for your jungler. Utilize your pressure in lane in order to allow your jungler to do whatever it is that he wants to do. And that was Canyon's meta. And that's what teams have to do when they play with his Nidalee. And that's what we're seeing on our screens right now.
No, devuelve. ¿Sabes yo qué extraño? El saqueador de esencia que usaba brillo. ¿Por qué mierda sacaron eso?
Mataron a Gunplank, literalmente, de que sacaron eso.
No joda, Gunplank ya no es divertido.
He's here with a bit of damage, but King just walks out of the way. But he's also been 1v2 for like half of this game. Has he? It doesn't look like that. Well, no, that's my point.
Sí, te Protobel, ahí está.
One of the things you did highlight, Vetti, that one of the worries that you do have with the Camille is
No se lo veo muy raro. El protobel no te ayuda a limpiar la jungla. Y no es que Nidalee necesite el protobel para entrar. Y en general es un objeto que da malas estadísticas el protobel.
¡Cierra el orto un poco!
No. Este fraude va a quedar demostrado.
Ni siquiera, cerra el orto.
Duro si es pendejo. Llevo limpiar cuando su ulti hace eso.
Ya.
Y lo tiró a la... Qué bueno que eres, Canyon. Madre mía, Canyon.
Cañón no había nada.
Cañón en 2020 dominaba. Clip de Sora dando el culo en la jungla.
Hubiese vuelto Benji a jugar ese mundial si tan bueno era.
Nada, estaba haciendo cosas importantes como luchar por su país. El Cañón, y tendrás que bajar de peso porque en la milicia te van a... En la milicia jugar Nidalee no te sirve.
El Tein tampoco.
Cañón yendo a la milicia viendo como Benji ganó 3 copas militar coreanas.
El Caño va a tener que ir al servicio. ¿Cuántos años tiene?
No, le falta Caño, no le falta.
No se libró por ganar la mierda
¡Tiene
esta.
24!
No se libró por ganar la mierda esta con...
Basta, no lo ganó. Fue Canavi el jungla que fue.
Ah, pero no fue segundo.
No fue el segundo. Solamente habían 6 y el roster era Zeus, Canavi, Faker, Chovy,
Faker, obviamente.
Cooler y Keria.
Es increíble cómo lo metieron a Faker para que no tenga que ir a servicio.
Es una traga, es una traga.
No fue ganar. Claro, perdió.
Tiene 24.
Al final ni siquiera fue contra China, ¿no? Creo que fue contra...
contra
Taiwán, Tailandia.
Taiwán porque el pelotudo de Kensu. Y cuando puso a Jun ganó. Lástima que ya era tarde.
Dijiste, el pelotudo de Kensu se te trabó y cuando puso a Jun ganó.
Puso al pelotudo de Yeye y se lo violaron y cuando puso a Jun ganó. Lástima que era tarde. Igual eran imbéciles, si llegaba... Es que no me acuerdo si lo eliminó Corea en semis o Taiwán en semis.
Corea en semis, yo creo.
Nada, es que Corea ya está muy
¿Cómo se llamaba? Y fue...
Asian Game Award de...
Sí, Asian Games.
¿Cómo se llama?
Los Asian Games.
No,
2022.
Pará, no. No, ahí está, el Club Media Fede, ahí está.
El Club Media Fede.
Sí, era Taiwán.
Oh. Sí, ay, Juan.
Nidalee tiene mejor que...
No, los dos pegan lo mismo, bien.
Hace mucho.
Ay, Benji, que...
Claro. Yo ya me estaba por reír, pero usan sus nombres reales, boludo.
Sí.
Yo me estaba por reír, jaja, qué gracioso el roster de China Taipei. Su, Chu, Hu, Chu, Chiu, Hu. Pero son Hanabi, Res, Karsa, Fofo, Dogo y Sword Art.
Qué gusto de mía.
China tenía a Bin, uno que no existe, a Jun, Knight, Elk y Meiko. Qué roster de mierda. Ah, no era GG el otro. ¿Por qué no me lo figura acá?
On this Nocturne, and we talk about Ultimate Hunter quite a lot when it comes to Nocturne. You do really want to keep that cooldown as low as possible.
Ya dejaron guapido en la serie, me vale mierda, pero ganen este game. Este es lo único que importa. Esto vale más que el mundial.
China perdió 2-0 contra Corea en semifinales. No perdió ni una partida Corea.
Nicolás.
¿Quién mierda le iba a ganar, boludo? ¿Quién?
¿Sabes lo que se viene? Corea dominaba.
1-0 a Hong Kong, 1-0 a Kazajistán, 2-0 a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos, 2-0 a China, 2-0 a la final.
Uy, a Kazajistán, pobre, le ganaron al Central del City.
¿Por qué lo de Corea dominada? No entendí.
Y claro, porque aquí en esos Asian Games malísimo.
Igual sí era un de Corea.
Corea dominado.
Agarraron a Cannabis en su prime. No hay nada que hacer.
¡Ay! 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 ¡Cañón! ¡Ay! ¡Cañón! ¡Ay! ¡Cañón!
Bro, festeja.
¿Quién hace todo?
Hango.
¿Quién hace todo? Es absurdo.
Bueno, como Duke que lo carrió esa semi, ha muerto.
El top
con el Trundle y la pose.
absurdamente alto. Da igual, papá, lo único importante era el smite y cañón lo podía.
Lo importante es ser buena persona. Y no sé si Benji lo es.
Usa Hawak
Cañón seguro que no, porque no defendió su país, lo triple hijo de puta ese. Que vaya a la frontera a pelear contra Corea, como lo hizo Benji. No, imagínate el aura, porque Benji creo que fue el primer jugador bueno de Corea que fue al servicio.
Sí, porque es un hijo de mierda.
Uff, qué buen smite cañón, qué grande que eres. No, pero Benji siempre, lo voy a decir, fue una víctima. Benji, si le daban tiempo, se podría haber recuperado. Le dijeron, no, ya tienes 23 años, ya estás washed.
¡Oh, mira Chinita atrás! No, que bien lindo.
Con ella se van a desquitar.
Se rega. Así yo también pierdo.
Botas de asistencia mágica. No es.
Pero ni un mexicano contra Messi en 2022 está tan rompebola, boludo.
No, es que estoy viendo y también las tiene King. ¿Y para qué quieres eso?
Porque hay una León.
Sí, es cierto.
Yo creo que no sé, creo que es más importante los tres personajes con daño de básico.
Nah, uno es Viper, que es un humo, el otro es el pelotudo de Pinu que la va a pechar y el otro es Ebu, que es el hijo de... Vale, no importa.
No, mira cómo se coge.
¿Ahí dónde está?
Mira lo que hace King, no tiene sentido.
Y con su skin,
Uno es Smolder que hace daño real según vida máxima, el otro Camille que hace daño real según vida máxima, y el otro es Nocturne que para lo único que sirve para tauntearte que el equipo te mate.
¿De cuándo tauntea Nocturne?
No, tauntearte no, el otro,
Sabes que el estabijos deducen ese daño, ¿verdad?
¿Daño real?
Sí, yo deduce el daño en base a vida máxima.
Daño real.
Camille no hace daño en base a vida máxima.
Hace Yafu, qué crack. 1202 International Assist.
Buena costa.
Pasaron
las habilidades de Camille.
Camille, lo que tienes la ulti, choca en la Q.
No, por suerte muchos píxeles en el. ¿Se imaginan si una vez está al activar Windows pero no es de Juan, es de Ran?
No, le sale que la prueba gratis de Windows ya causa.
Bueno, gente, se cancela el mundial, nos quedamos sin Windows.
Faker después en una entrevista diciendo que en el mundial de 2013 las computadoras no tenían Windows activado.
No, en 2012. No, en 2011, cuando estaban en el sótano.
2011 es más realista, es más realista.
Sí. En 2011 estaban jugando en una computadora Linux. Tranquilo, que va a venir el de la papelera. Pero Linux, ¿por qué no juegan en Linux? ¿Qué es mejor?
Quiero abrir el LOL, llame al técnico.
Yo abriendo 7 CMDs para buscar en Google. Igual gracias a Dios Riot ya no les permite a los de Linux jugar.
Linux users cuando tienen que cambiar el fondo de pantalla.
Mira los de Apple. Ahora hay pura gente superior de Windows y Windows pirata.
Windows mayor Apple, Android mayor Apple, todo mayor Apple.
Basado Apple es una basura.
¿Qué no activa Windows, boludo? Qué desagradable.
Lo único bueno de Apple son las que lo usan.
Ni siquiera.
Sí,
la verdad que sí.
Lo que juega Chovy, no tiene sentido.
No, mira esa cubo, mira la cubo, papi. Juego de mano. ¿Qué pasó, Seca? Uy, mira cómo va. El tiburón.
Qué malo que es. Pegaste una lanza.
Mira cómo la falla a propósito para dejar que su equipo...
Otra game que este fraude se va cabreadísimo.
El Washed está en semis. Voy a seguir con esta triste verdad.
Tranquilo,
pasó de ser el...
JJ lo tira.
¿Quién?
Junya.
Sí.
¿Cómo que Junya y JJ no son lo mismo?
No, uno no se cayó, ¿no, Mario?
Junya le va a decir... Volvió entre W y Yavik. Junya levanta la del mundo enfrente de Canyon, así que...
Y también se garchó a Ruler y nada más.
Te duele Rey Habit. Que vuelva el que normalicen el trash talk en el LoL, loco.
El problema de los coreanos es que hacen trash talk, pero no sé si por la traducción o por la cultura.
Es el peor trash talk de toda la vida.
Eso es lo que es bueno que hay, bro.
Pero no es porque sean asiáticos, es porque son inútiles, porque los de Valorant sí se tiran mierda. En Valorant se tiran buen.
Te chupan la verga dando trash talk. Eres muy bueno y me ganaste 80 finales, pero...
Pero esta partida en fase de grupos, las partido.
Mientras tanto en Valorant, look y shit and mini shit. Qué vaina.
El verdadero trash talk que es el de Counter.
Look y shit and mini. Dale, lo juegan 3 europeos nada más, juego mortazo.
No insulte mi juego. Perdí toda mi casa por una actualización.
No, es que de verdad es la mejor que he visto. Look y shit and mini shit.
¿Quién dijo eso?
Creo que fue Davai de Paperbox.
¿Sabes que diría el enano de mierda de Stacks?
Cosa que mientras tanto Brock con un Odin en la espalda.
Stacks, no, o sea que bardea es push. Quiero igual lo peor del equipo sea el que putea.
Nah, yo lo banco a Busa, que no banco a Stacks.
Es el peor jugador de todos los tiempos, Bus.
Nah.
30 seconds until the Salt. I have to imagine that that'll be the point that this game is decided, because if HLE can't find a fight there,
no puede ser tan malo siendo entre Frere.
T1 cuando se trata de dar lástima en el Valorant.
Dios, qué gracioso, fanático, bueno, pudo
Es que nos estábamos cagando tanto la odisea que Brawl se los estaba coleando. Después empezaron a desmontar. Y después Hitan dice: ni modo, hoy tengo que ganar. Ya dejemos la estupidez. Dale, Hanwha, seguro ganas esta teamfight. Wink.
¿Qué se live? Cañoncito. Buena. Alma en el 23. ¿Sabes por qué no hace historia con Nidalí? ¿Sabes por qué no hace historia Canyon con Nidalí? Porque es un día más en la oficina, no es algo raro verlo jugar así.
Un día más en la oficina.
No como ves.
¿Y qué pasó en noviembre del 22? ¿Que la oficina se le cayó la God? No pudieron porque ese día Canyon
no como ves y que... ¡Ah! Sacó un pique con mecánicas, guau. Después va y le saca una
Pregunta, ¿cuántos mundiales perdió Benji?
Y
0.
Se perdió de 2014, se perdió de 2017 con Vichy Gaming.
¿Y cuántos perdió Canyon? 19.
Eso habla mejor de él.
21, 22, 23, 24. Bro, está cooker.
Decí 25. Decí 25 ya.
Vamos a darle tiempo porque tal vez Chovy hace el milagro y con uno, con uno menos gana. Si Chovy gana, supera Fake, porque gana con este modo. ¿Cómo que minimap?
¿Qué?
Había salido la ventana del espectador.
Dale, Rayo, hacelo, metele 1000 cargas a Smolder.
sumar cargas.
Cuando Zeus descubra que su campeón puede encerrar a la de ese enemigo, uff, cómo gana Hanwha. Si Zeus ya vas a ganar 1v1.
Cuando se descubra que tiene a seca de mid, se ha que perdido.
Mirá cómo cura, qué buen jungla. ¿Cuántas veces curó Pinut a sus compañeros? 0.
Juni
que no tenía nada que ver.
Juni que está en las Maldivas.
¿Y qué opinas G2 Valorant?
¿Y qué opina Yawin?
¿Y qué opinas Gineo?
Y paró también a Peter.
Tranquilos, que el Smolder ya tiene cañón de fuego rápido.
Mañana es coso, ¿no? KT.
KT se feo, sí.
Oh, qué lindo.
Espero que no la pichees.
Dale, Juan. Lo más cerca que está tu equipo de mierda de volver a levantar la copa es en el teléfono de Faker, pedazo fracasado. Dios mío. No es que desapareciste, te volviste patrocinador del máximo rival.
Faker usando un Nokia con tapita para no usarse.
Ese es literalmente está ganando. Este tipo es autista, ¿cómo?
Recién se da cuenta.
Menos que pensar, lo más seguro.
Mi bro se pelean por cuánto gana Samsung.
A ver cómo va la bolsa. Encima ahora está abierta la bolsa. Mira, justo perdió 2,5.
Samsung. Tu organización. No será tu compañía.
Compremos acciones en JYP.
Y bueno, si es por eso, la compañía de las ostras es un banco más grande que Samsung, así que respeta.
Viene máximos históricos Samsung.
Es verdad. El equipo de béisbol de las ostras es más grande que el equipo de béisbol de Samsung. Acá, Juan, lo sufre.
Entre el venezolano y el peruano que mira animes de béisbol. Es verdad. Se define por cuál porrita está más bueno. Y acá tiene la ventaja de las coreanas.
Tú no has visto la de SFO.
Hagan un 1v1. Manden una, que el otro conteste con otra y después hace... Tipo blind pick. No blind pick, con counter quiero decir, counter matchup.
Ay, Zeus.
Oh, lo que está pegando el peruano del Chovy, boludo.
Chovy como siempre acaba de andar muerto de la jungla.
Pobre Piro, boludo. No puedo decirte así.
Bueno,
2-1-9.
¿Quién le manda a escoger equipos de mierda también?
El equipo no está.
Tú sabes que la dictadura de Tibán está tan fuerte cuando Zeus ahora va ganando en oro por algún motivo. Mira,
ay, me quiero matar en los musulmanes, en África, en todo, boludo. Perdimos a Marraui, a Madiano y a Mbeumo por la mierda de la Copa Africana.
¿Y quién demanda compra negro?
¿Quién te manda a comprar? Ahí tiene razón Costa igual,
Compra negro europeo, compra buen negro, no negro esclavo.
Ah, ¿por qué nos hicieron los 3 franceses? Ahora me quiero matar.
El África Trip se pegó.
Qué bueno que es Canyon, vale.
Mientras la esté, nada malo va a pasar.
Lo vuelvo a repetir, cuando el Zeus descubra que su ulti le puede pegar a la DC, hace algo. El escudo de Camila es muy hijo de puta.
El escudo del Yunara que hace daño híbrido.
Claro, estamos viendo el final de una estrella, gente, se nos va Peanut. F en el chat. ¡Ese Zeus!
Really matter, does it, guys? Because there are two inhibitors now lying on the floor. Now we're going to go for it. Into the back line goes Peanut. He's headbutted back and just exploded. Viper doing a
¿Saben aquí?
Bien, Pino. ¡Ay! ¡Ay! ¡Ay!
as this Viper gets down so low, almost in range. It's
Zeus,
Kobe.
haz algo.
Destroys Delight, and whenever they walk
¡Qué bien seca! El importante sale en los clutch mientras...
Ay,
Mira, ahí llegó lo importante, ahí llegó lo importante, ahí llegó lo importante.
Bien, niños, bien.
Ay, Canyon, si no hubiese gastado el son ya haciendo cualquiera.
Che, me lo cruzo en un solo culo, arruino.
¿Qué? ¿Le vas a trolear la partida tú?
Que lo arruino, se come. Ya que ustedes imagínense cómo.
That would definitely be game over if they just fell and Gen G walked up and destroyed their base.
DJ Fel, porque se levanten. Dale, terminen esta mierda.
Sí, no puedo creer que me levanté de la cama para ver esta Sofía, boludo. No, claramente no lo vi. Por eso estoy diciendo que es una Sofía. Cuando me levanté de la cama ya habían terminado.
Uy, Chovy, lo que pega.
What the heck was that? Almost just one shot by Chovy alone.
No. Oh, lo violaron a Viper.
Nah, Viper,
Mira caño, mira caño. Mira caño. ¡Ay! ¡Ay, ay, ay, ay! ¡Ay! Caño, está recogido.
Bueno, triple pegado, gracias, muchas gracias, Canyon, muchas gracias, Canyon.
No, pobre Pino. Pará, no saqué. Ahora que van a mostrar a Pino llorar, boludo. No, me rompe. MVP de la serie King, ¿no?
Sí. O Chovy. ¿Quién no Chovy?
No, Chovy, Game 2, no, por Game 2 no se lo doy a Chovy. Ruler, King, Duro, uno de tres.
You can see there as well so
many
bugs between these two teams. The bonds that tie them run
Está durísimo, duro.
deep within the LCK amongst different rosters, different teams, right?
So much over time, and there was going to be heartbreak no matter what.
Ese duro, ¿qué señala?
The last dance from Peanut is finally
¿Dónde está la foto? Necesito buscar la foto de los pendejos de Hango haciendo el dab.
Bueno, Yuki, dale, vení. No. No, me voy a llorar la pinutera.
Para acá, bancame que termino el partido de FIFA.
No, Pinu, cosita. Ay, mi niño. Che, qué humo.
¿A quién van a llamar ahora para la 0800 Cannabis?
Podés traer a. Podés comprar a Handbag de Bro, boludo. Pero hay que jugar a futuro. Ay, no.
Hasta que tienen que cambiar el medio. Hanwha va a ser un equipazo.
Está muriendo, boludo. Y después la archa que le pegaron. Después la archa. Como siempre, la carrera de
It's an end of an era for Peanut as the crowd gives him what he
empezó con una archa de cañón, una archa de cañón.
to share this moment with
Enfóquenlo de frente como si fuese el GIF, como si fuese el video de Palermo despidiéndose de la bombonera.
Hace como Momo en pandemia me tarde aplaudo.
In my far longer than it has any right to be career. Oh man. And we have to say goodbye to Viper. Vedi, you and I were there when we handed him the trophy.
¿A quién se están cogiendo?
Mi amor, a la china de arriba a la izquierda, lo que estaba, boludo.
Estaba Nico despertándose a las 8 de la mañana escuchando que el hijo está aplaudiendo solo.
Está aplaudiendo un coreano que juega lo.
Está aplaudiéndole solo en la habitación al frente del monitor.
Mira el daño, mira el daño.
3 veces más que Pino.
Thank you so much you're going to be very missed, Atlas, and of course the duo.
Vale.
Genji, they take another step forward. They do not let the mistakes of last year.
Bueno, Pinu, tú una lástima que te hayas retirado. Fue un cierre amargo. Hace 3 caras cute. Oh, tuitear, eso está, rómelo. ¿Lo tuiteaba vos o lo tuiteo yo? Yo vi.
Ah, tuitealo vos, yo voy a tuitear otra cosa. Igual Riot le prohibió a los entrevistadores poder pedir esas cosas a los jugadores.
3 poses enojada.
Hace 3 caras enojadas.
Se nos fue el último de los que tienen la foto con más aura de la historia del LoL.
¿Cuál?
Ahí lo paso por general. Esta foto tiene una aura tremenda.
Eso no es un diabólico.
Pero bueno, el pendejo de Pino a la izquierda se lo haciendo el dab.
Pino sí,
pero esta
boludo,
foto tiene una aura,
es verdad,
infinita.
Posta que tiene
murió,
mucha aura esa foto.
boludo, murió Rockstiger. No puede ser.
Sí, murió Rockstiger.
No puede ser, boludo. Qué cara.
Me pido Smep. Me lo pongo foto por film. Me pido Smep.
¿Nos ponemos fotos de los de Rocktigers?
Sí,
Listo, Rocktigers. Yo me pido Prey.
No, yo realmente me voy a poner a Smep de esa foto.
Uy, qué mala calidad que tiene, boludo.
Elija.
Es que está muy difícil de encontrar una foto
Pero
vieja.
si no pones tantito para. No, es más fácil.
Es la LSK eso, ¿no?
Si hay 80 fotos, Rocks, Tigers, 2016, hay fotos con mejor calidad de ese festejo. ¿Cómo busco el festejo?
Pero
no sé, yo tuve que buscar uno de TikTok para buscar por Google Lens esta imagen.
Lo hacen todo el tiempo.
Por eso. Hay fotos con mejor calidad, pero no me están saliendo.
Igual, no es que se vea mucho, pero ahí ya me lo cambié.
Pose. Que ahora Rockstiger, loco. Fallece League of Legends.
A harder match then? No. That's so unfair.
Ya estaba diciendo, me la pongo de banner en Twitter. En Discord, digo.
Que de verdad, y de paso se ve en blanco y negro. No puede tener tanta aura esta foto.
Bueno, ponemos esa entonces, ¿no?
Y si no me equivoco, se habían...
captura de pantalla.
Pero vos cuál...
de la pantalla. Yo grabé el de la derecha, que creo que es Smep, el de la derecha al todo. Sí.
Y Prey es el de al lado.
Que me acuerdo que para la LSK Cup volvieron a hacer esa... No, para el Spring volvieron a hacer eso, ya que como la había ganado Hangwa. Aquí está, los viejos de mierda. Ahí está, los viejos de mierda. Ahí ya watch it.
Yo me pongo a Prey.
Yo y los Washed 8 años después.
¿Cuánto ponemos?
A ver si le pido a ChatGPT que me encuentre esta imagen en mejor calidad.
O que la mejore.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。首先要恭喜金气获得了这场比赛的胜利，也同时拿到了通往本次全球总决赛
2016 ¿no?
来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是金气的下路选手 Ruler， 欢迎 Ruler 来先跟所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
Thank you very much, Ruler. Could you say hi to the fans out there? Hello everyone, I'm
Genji tiene las semis más regaladas de la historia del eSport.
Primera final de Genji XD.
¿Qué cosa? Juan,
First off, congratulations
¿cuál te
on
pones?
the victory. Here is a place where you are actually very familiar.
Está atendiendo a la mamá que se le murió.
Years ago, you won the LPL Spring Finals here. It's been 2 years since you last
¿Para qué voy
performed
a
on
citar?
this stage. How do you feel?
Washer.
Qué pendejo, Qué pendejo que Juan.
¿Qué dice? Ya, dale, pelot. Ponete una. Hagamos el matching entre todos. Ponete uno de estos pelotudos.
Puso la flecha.
And I realized I was gonna play at
Pues esa flecha fue un antes y un después en la historia de League of Legends. Es increíble.
No,
Pero no, esa flecha no es. Esa flecha está saliendo de base. O sea, ¿qué flecha de mierda es
Sí.
esa?
Ah, es verdad. Para. Costa, no te pusiste a Smev, te pusiste a Kuro, pelotudo. Smev es el primero de la derecha.
Ah, Kuro. Es que ni puta idea, no lo
De
jugué, no
derecha a
me puse
izquierda
todo
es
entonces.
Kuro, Prey, Smev, Gorila, no sé quién y Peanut.
Entonces, bueno, me puse Kuro. Me puse el de la derecha, listo.
Ponete, no, pero ponete Smev.
No, ya me puse ese. Está bueno, Kuro. No sé,
Que
son
nadie,
coreanos, no
nadie
los-
nunca en su puta vida.
no los distingo. Yo pongo al que se gapeó a Faker en la serie.
Big rivals on the bracket, you know, your next opponent.
A ver qué dicen los haters de Hopu Ispo. A ver qué tal, a ver esa notic, ese 6 que le pusieron a Canyon.
저 혼자 이런 생각을 하면서 올해 우승할 것 같다라는 생각이 좀 들었습니다.
I actually had a really good first impression because this bracket reminded me of 2017 Worlds.
Yo cuando sea futbolista y me pregunten si soy derecho o ambidiestro,
Feeling that
yo
2017
juego al fútbol.
might repeat. I have a feeling that I might be able to win it again.
Qué grande Hopu Ispo, Hopu Ispo. Nana, un festín este Hopu Ispo. Notas malas a quien lo merece.
60分钟的时间，我想知道的是第二局打到大后期，你们在如此紧张刺激的
Mira ahí, Nicolás.
稳住自己的心。
Han recogido.
King Chovy demostrando Zeus y Canyon guayados.
Especially in game 2, we
Y se
had an hour-long game.
Qué bueno. De la verdad, de la jugó mal la serie. Viper fue el que mejor jugó, boludo, increíble. Nah, Pino ni en pedo, 9,5.
9.6.
Gaga, vale, le vota porque es el último. Porque es la última serie.
Del equipo Pino, del equipo Pino.
좀 많이 불리해진 게임이어서
Es lo que me gusta.
Nah, el único que.
Amigo,
para que lo diga yo, el único que jugó fue Viper y el que jugó solo.
패시브라는 룬을 들었는데 그 룬 보여주면서 안 진다 이런 느낌으로
Actually, game 2.
Ganas de que Doran amase contra Animal Legends.
Juan, peruano de mierda, ponete una. Elegí uno.
Thought that we still got a shot, so
Prey,
Ahora
bueno,
puse yo a Prey.
my advice to keep their mentality, they are already really good. And then
Te
I
quedas
was
Smev,
pinging,
Peanut,
showing my game
Gorila
report,
y
my
si
room,
querés.
to kind of reassure them that we got
Si
this.
querés Cry.
¿Quién es
ahí.
el bando? ¿Quién es el bando?
Cry, ahí lo busqué. Midlaner, suplente.
如果让这个你评价一下今天多肉选手的表现的话，你会对他今天的发挥
¿Te pusiste a Prey vos, Yuki?
Sí.
Me queda Smev o Gorila. En cualquier situación me pondría Smev, pero me.
Juro also had a phenomenal performance
sé.
today. How would you like to
Qué
rate his
bueno que
play?
eras Mev, por el amor de Dios.
그냥 뭔가 설명하기 되게
¿Qué le
¿Me pongo a
pasa?
Smev o a Gorila?
진짜 너무 잘했다.
Al que más quiera.
It's
Es que,
really difficult to
por
put
cariño,
points, but yeah, he
por
did a
gustar cómo
great
jugaba,
job.
Smev, boludo, pero. Me arruinó la vida, ¿qué querés que te diga?
Qué bueno que eres Mev y estoy recordando la
入热
cosa
选
que
手
le
从
presentó
2016 年第一次的
Teshaya.
全球总决赛你参加开始到今年，已经是入
No
热
hay
选
más
手
que
第8次
Ah, me pongo Gorila,
来
boludo.
之旅了。你希望在这一次的全球总决赛，让所有的
Y otro
少
se
年
ponga Smev.
看到一个怎样的 ruler 呢？
2016 was your first Worlds appearance, and this
¿Cómo que
year
tiene
you're having your
30?
8th Worlds. This year, what
¿Quién?
kind of performance would you
Mev.
like to showcase to the fans?
Sí, está viejo.
뭔가 모든 걸 다 즐기면서 했었던 기억이 나거든요.
Bye, yesterday.
프로 연차가 좀 쌓이면서 되게 그냥
Ese streamer hace
촬영하다가
7
좀
meses
지칠 때도